Hi. Okay, great. Good to be here.
Yeah. We've now been talking for about a half an hour, so we have to remember that we have to go back to these subjects with you, also part of the conversation. So my name is Art Pierce. I'm a Deputy Director at the City of Portland Bureau of Transportation, overseeing planning, projects, and programs, and also carried the expert title of Chief Innovation Officer.
I'm Shinpei Tai. I'm the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics in the City of Boston, and the Chief Research and Data Officer as well.
Yeah. So we thought maybe we'd start a little bit with explaining sort of what got us here, and so maybe that's where we begin, and I'll jump in. I've been was sort of first drawn to urban planning in part through looking at affordable housing and really thinking about how important sort of just housing and shelter is to successful urban life, but then was really drawn to how that same impact is very true for mobility, that it is access to opportunity and access to safety, and safe mobility is sort of crucial to a successful life. And so in 1998 started working with the Portland Bureau of Transportation as an intern, and have had a number of different titles over the years, but now I've spent 27 years in public service, which I don't think I ever would have imagined saying back then, but it's been really a great ride. For you, it's been much more fresh and new, right?
Yes, yeah. Yes. I think this is my first tour of duty in city government. I've always worked very adjacent to it. I was probably made a lot of career decisions based on my interest on making the public realm one that centered people, and then in all sorts of different ways tried to make that a possibility and make it happen, everything from design to policy to this to that. So yeah, this is my first time. This is my first time in government. I've been with the city for about a year and a half now.
Yeah. Well, maybe to start out with, how does it feel different? Do you have a
Yeah, people ask that all the time because maybe the other kind of detail is that I went from Uber, leading their global policy team on cities issues, to the City of Boston and doing work there. And people, I think conceptually those seem very much opposite.
Right.
But on the other hand, I think in this work of change, you are trying to influence decision makers constantly. You're just constantly strategizing around what can happen, and you're also constantly pivoting and trying to understand how do you get someone to come around. Using your whole bevy of tactics to make that possible. In some ways they're so similar. They're big organizations, there's executive leadership, those people really have to get behind you, and then you have to encourage the teams to do the work. And so I find that there are a lot of similarities, even across the little nonprofits I worked with who want to punch above their weight, to being at a big organization now. But what about you? How are you thinking about this?
Well, honestly, I think one of the reasons why I've stayed and have been successful is I've really pursued a deep understanding of systems within government and trying to understand how even at a lower staff level, you are a sort of curator of systems. You are able to yourself orchestrate moves across layers and across departments if you are really thoughtful about understanding how those different teams are motivated, how they're funded, how they're what they're orchestrated around, and that really the power of being within those systems is you have the power of convening and table setting and sort of being able to drive the conversation along. And I think one of the things that I know I was very excited about with this idea of being able to have a conversation with you was this idea of what does it mean to see that as part of your role? And so, in particularly now, as well as being the Deputy Director for the Bureau of Transportation, adding in Chief Innovation Officer to my title, without taking anything away, candidly felt like I'm not really sure what this proves, but I've actually found it really interesting to think about sort of how my identity can shift with that title and what it means that I may be more empowered to lean into in terms of organizational change.
So open a door, in a way, a mental door.
Opening a mental door, yeah, and I think, thinking of your role, I think of the Office of Urban Mechanics as being so sort of formally driven towards exactly this set of questions of how do we bring this machine into better compliance with community expectations and outcomes. How do we do this more effectively? Has that been true as you've appeared in there? Is that, you've got the mayor giving this directive, but you're in this sort of formal role where people see you coming and kind of know the conversation you're asking them to have, probably.
I feel like innovation, the definition of innovation constantly changes depending on the problem you're trying to solve.
Yeah.
So I think often about the context in which I'm operating. So we have the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics. It's a 15-year team. It was started by a mayor like several terms ago, Mayor Menino, and it survived all these mayors, which is incredible. It has a storied reputation.
Right.
But now, and at the time, City Hall was a place where like you were just happy to get potholes filled, keep the streetlights on. It wasn't a place of innovative, of new ideas. Now we have a mayor, Mayor Michelle Wu, who won uncontested. I think in the preliminary election, she got, I want to say she got like 72% of the vote or something. She's a progressive mayor. She has lots of ideas. She's an innovator. She's brought in a cabinet that's very innovative. So the role of this innovation team has changed. And I think what's interesting is, and we added to the innovation team, or like the conventional, the traditional innovation team, an analytics team. So I also added the data analytics team, which includes everything from our data scientists, our data analysts, our performance management folks, our data product managers, our data engineers. And I was telling a really close friend of mine about this new title, Chief Research and Data Officer. She's like, that sounds like the most boring thing in the world. and I think, and I just think it's one of those things where like we know on the inside how influential and how much change is possible through having access to that capacity.
Sure.
But it's really, really opaque externally, whereas I think with the title innovation, right, it's way more opaque externally, but I think you're making the most of it though. What are some of the things that you're trying out?
Sure. Well, I think one of the things that I found really interesting is I needed to explain to my peers on the executive team that this might mean I'm coming to help and maybe trying to lift up ideas from within their departments, and that is not me undermining their official roles or their authority over those teams, but that this is an invitation for me and maybe perhaps my staff to help their staff with innovating within their department. So around parking and curb management, bringing in the resources of the OMF and having conversations with them, involving them in NACDO conversations around curb management, all of those kind of spaces is bringing what is kind of traditionally a pretty reserved department of parking management and bringing them into the idea of seeing themselves as empowered to evolve. And it's a really hard step for some of them, I would say, and it's breaching into a new space of, I guess, discomfort within public service, where some people, especially if you've been in public service a long time and have been explained that your pathways are relatively narrow, you get kind of comfortable in those pathways, and so bringing in innovation, asking new questions, is asking them to flex and get uncomfortable in those spaces, which I'm sure you're experiencing a lot within your spaces as well.
I think that with my colleagues, a lot of people had joined the city with ideas that they wanted to try. So I think that they're starting to make that possible, but they are surrounded by people, and maybe this is something we were talking about earlier, that the atmosphere and the environment of working within City Hall is actually one that is designed to not actually embrace change. It's designed to be incredibly stable. It's designed to be really focused on delivery of municipal management. You can't work on these fun ideas if you don't pick up the trash, right? Like, it's really important that the city continues to do that. And so you're going against the grain a bit in the way that it's structured when you try to encourage your teams to try new things.
No, absolutely. And I often describe to my team and to others, bureaucracy, city bureaucracies, state bureaucracies, describe them as like cold pizza dough. Like the first time you were to make a pizza, if everyone's trying to make a pizza at home, the first time you do, you pull that pizza dough right out of the refrigerator and you try to spread it out and stretch it. And you realize very quickly that it is really reluctant to get into the shape that you want to make that first pizza that you're making. And I think, and what you want is a like receiving platform for all these ideas, all these toppings we want to add. And if you're too aggressive with trying to change the shape of that pizza dough of bureaucracy too quickly, it will tear, and it will remember that it was sort of safer in a retracted position. And so I think our role within government and our role within community and the business surrounding this is to coax bureaucracy into a more welcoming platform. Like we are in the job of that massaging, careful massaging, and really encouraging in order to get the shape that really helps us do something.
I thought some of the ways that you were doing that were so interesting. You want to talk about
sure.
the committees that you set
up?
Sure.
Yeah, so I guess out of the role of taking on Chief Innovation Officer, I announced at the beginning of this year to my team that the theme for this year was embracing co-creation. And so sort of held a retreat, talked about it, and out of that process, I think people were some people could get threads of what that meant, but also often we're saying, oh, we're already doing that. We're co-creating all the time. And I think what I found really interesting was that the more we sort of asked that, you start to realize they're kind of co-creating on their own vision of the specific thing they're trying to do, and they're sort of involving community or involving business kind of just at the right careful moment where they don't have to receive too much change, but they're still moving ahead. And so we created two committees, one focused on internal co-creation and one focused on external co-creation. And so I've essentially pushed down into the staff level of our departments this question of what would it mean for us to be better at co-creating. And it's been really interesting to sort of transfer the weight of that question from me or from our senior leadership and down to the staff level, where they have to then incorporate the trade-offs that maybe are the reasons why we haven't been able to achieve something. So, for instance, that story I was telling just now, a little bit behind the scenes before you all were here, was that the staff is very interested in very quick pilots, tactical urbanism in our street spaces. Like, why can't we just do more of this? Community wants it, let's just do it. But it turns out that the tools we use are not very resilient, and so they don't weather well. After the first winter, these now become an eyesore and a nuisance. And so as
like the ballers, the flex posts,
exactly,
those kinds
right,
of things.
all those kind of things, yeah. And so as a result, we're now saying we need to be only able to do this if we're using more resilient materials, or if we're quickly going to be following on with a capital improvement program. We can't have these as long-term assets. And they had interpreted that as a rule coming from me that I don't like tactical urbanism, rather than I need your help in figuring out how to change our systems where we actually are going to follow on with the right maintenance protocols and maintenance funding, or use more resilient materials in order to do the thing that we want to do. And so it's been a way of transferring, I guess, the weight of that dilemma to them to help me figure out how to solve against that. And one example is I was able to get through our Portland Clean Energy Fund. We have a large sort of external investor established through a large, I won't go into the taxation tool that was deployed, but essentially we have an external community investment fund that is investing particularly in climate and equity type of outcomes. And so I was able to get that committee and the staff working on that to agree to spend $2 million a year on specific maintenance for protected bike lanes. And so we were able to purchase zero emission street sweeping materials and other things, and really, at really large scale, like double the scale of what was our investment in that type of street sweeping, and solve against that dilemma to then allow us to both invest more in the hardening of those infrastructure and the cleaning of the infrastructure. Right.
I think it's great that you were able to carve out space to empower your team to solve,
Right.
to solve and look for that solution. And it's making me think a lot about the ways that we define the problem, because if you go back to the original idea of what tactical urbanism was meant for, it was not meant to be a replacement of capital projects. It was meant to be a stepping stone to get bigger projects done more permanently. And it was meant to be a demonstration that led to something more, but I think that, yes, in our enthusiasm sometimes, we put down a lot of temporary projects without that next step in mind, that strategic next step in mind. And then we get into these situations. So I think it just makes me think a lot about the way that you define the problem as you're co-creating with your kids, you're empowering your team to have autonomy and agency and really step up to the challenge. It ends up being so critical to what you actually end up working on. Yeah.
So I'm actually very curious in terms of your experience in Boston. This is not just mobility, but it's a whole set of different topics that you are helping. How have you trained your team? How does your team discuss the change management dilemma of approaching peer organization, people that you really appreciate their work, but you might be asking them to change their budget priorities or their operational work plans? How do you approach that conversation delicately so that you get real sort of lasting change?
Yeah, I feel like I struck gold. I inherited a team, the analytics team, who I would say for people who are very geeky and numbers driven, also have at their core a core of empathy and wanting to help people do their jobs and really help. I think that really is behind a lot of how they approach these questions. I'm not saying that this is common across all of City Hall, but with this team, they're a relatively young team, so I also think there's something really fascinating that I'm observing that is like emerging leadership, where people are able to support each other even in positions of leadership as they're facilitating the change, which I really, really love. So this team, they were chiefless for several months, and in that time, they could have become Lord of the Flies, they could have developed their own portfolios, and instead, they decided they were going to coordinate and communicate and help each other get the work done.
Right.
And that's how they think about all the problems that come across our way. We work with every single department you can imagine in the city, everyone from the person that manages the 13,000 Excel spreadsheet of all the different sidewalk repair projects to the working group that's tackling our road in action plan to even we had this data gap where we didn't really understand, we couldn't find a data source for our commercial vacancies as we were getting into recovery. I think this is something that many, many cities experienced. And we could get real estate vacancy, we could buy it, but we didn't know really what was going on in the street, and they created a data protocol and hired some kids some students, some youth summer jobs to go and collect this data and work on and develop this protocol that we're now expanding. So we have this team that just is so good at centering the person in the work, and I think that, so I feel so grateful, and I feel that by modeling this behavior, when they show up, they with maybe a little guidance, they will go to where the work is being done. So we have done ride-along, site visits. We're not asking people to come to us, we go to them. I'm sure this is something you're doing too. We're going, and you have these folks who are working on really, really critical pieces of the puzzle, right, who are sort of off in some other office somewhere that's really hard to get to, and they go every day and they're working on this thing. And so they go there and they show up there. And I just think that really just is modeling the behavior of making that change possible. And it creates more space for then the people who are really challenged to then create more space for others to follow.
No, I love that. And I, sort of thinking of the CoMotion setting in which we are in, I think that's all the more true when we're thinking about how to embrace private sector innovation. So how thinking about how we have the right conversations internally to then be able to sort of coherently speak to the city problems we're trying to solve and be able to share the outcomes we're trying to address so that when innovation comes, we can be sort of coherent and receptive at the same time to really have a conversation about how can somebody who is a technology innovator really be of service to the problems we're trying to solve. And I think at times when we haven't had those conversations, it feels like there's technology solutions sort of searching for a problem. And when we have had the conversations, there's a deeper understanding, and all of that thoughtfulness of those innovators are able to be really targeted towards the specifics we're trying to address. and maybe incorporate some of the harder intangibles such as equity or Vision Zero, some of these various things that are sort of at first harder to understand, and then you start realizing there's real ways that we can address that. Have you found ways of really embracing private sector connection in that way?
Yeah, I think this is a theme, right? Like, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? And I also believe in really sharing our problems. I really think that we should let people know what they are.
Yeah.
I don't think that the challenges are specific to Boston. I think they're quite common across cities. And I don't think it's fair for vendors or companies to guess what we're trying to do. I think it's really important that people understand what we're grappling with. So I don't think it's a criticism when we say like, oh, we're challenged with X, Y, Z. I think it's an invitation for people to say, how can we deal with this together? And maybe there is something that they're working on that can help.
And thinking about the way that OMF and the Open Mobility Foundation has really helped in this space, I do think a shared common data standard that becomes predictable within a whole series of operating environments, and the ethic of data sharing being sort of underpinning any of these innovation efforts has really helped sort of rationalize the conversation while it's asking for some flexing from the private sector in this space. I think it does bring a level of coherence to the conversation and brings our ability to use data to help inform decision making and also to demonstrate the usefulness of some of these innovations over time.
I'm curious what you think about the way that we are about some of the challenges we face today, because I do think the dialogue is so important because it's so hard to actually understand what is going on, like why things are happening a certain way or why they aren't on track, and having other perspectives in the conversation to me is always is just very refreshing and helps us get sharper on what we're trying to figure out.
Oh, absolutely. No, I totally agree, and I think also thinking about innovation and leadership within civic organizations and government is actually a pretty sort of lonely endeavor. And so I actually think the sort of community of practice, these convenings that we have had both through NACTO and through OMF and through other entities, has really helped understand what the shared problems are and be sort of clearer in explaining them. And I do think, we in the end, many of our mobility challenges is around the challenging choice of how to allocate roadway space, either in the traveling lanes or at the curb space. And even first understanding what is happening in those environments is sort of level one, and then two is what are expressed sort of policy outcomes as a city in terms of addressing climate or equity challenges, or even just people throughput challenges, and how can we then translate these sort of policy information, which comes in as data, through to sort of infer it, to then be information, to then be knowledge, to then be wisdom. Like we're working our way through these series of inferences to get to actually being able to say, no, we really understand what is better for the city in the long run. How do we bring together all these tools to really get there?
Yeah, and I also think the private sector is so important to actually do the thing, you know, and like that's what we really want to see it happen, and having the community practice so you're not alone also in making the mistakes, and getting a chance to learn from each other is so important. So yes, very grateful to have that opportunity.
Yeah. Wondering, maybe should we see if there's any questions out there?
From our community.
Yeah, are there questions from the community? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll ask a question. I'm Raphael Coben, City Traffic Engineer for the City of Anaheim. So, somebody said public or private sector and innovation, right? I agree. Private sector, we use that for innovation. But in the public sector, both of you guys are both from the public sector, is a lot of times that can mean risk and liability for us.
Sure.
In the public sector. Where do you guys find that you have to draw the line between innovation and private and risk and liability for us in the public sector?
Great question.
Yeah, so historically, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Mechanics was created as a bit of a skunk team that wasn't attached to a department to insulate the chiefs from mistakes. So we were trying all sorts of stuff. None of them all, worked. And that was the ethos. Like, you have a team that's going to try stuff, and not all of it's going to be great. So, and I would say, now we have a city hall that is very used to experiments, very used to pilots. So we've proven out that that works. And to your point, building on that experience of managing the risk. One thing that we're trying, actually we're doing this, doing more and more with emerging technology, is bounding the experiments and creating sandboxes, so limited access to maybe emerging technologies or within a district, and being fairly transparent about what's going on. But again, using the language of that, that early prototyping work. This is an experiment, we're testing something, and being upfront about it is how we're trying to protect people from that liability.
And I would say similarly, one of the great challenges in government is that there's historically very little acceptance of failure. And so we learn as managers and professionals within government that it has to be 100% perfect before we go out there, and we're sort of protecting this perfect solution, rather than changing the process and saying we actually don't know the answer yet. We'd like to do a series of tests and have a series of conversations, get feedback, and actually the learning is the product of the process. And so in Portland, we tested the first in the nation zero emission delivery zone last year as a learning program. And so we announced that we're doing it, freaked a whole bunch of people out. Jacob was central to all this. But we're able to, once we sort of calm people down, to say, this is just a 6-month pilot, we are going to learn from this pilot, and then we are going to take it away. This is a test period in which we're going to learn more from the technology providers, we're going to learn more from the logistics infrastructure and ecosystem, we're going to learn more from the building managers. What would it mean if we were to try to do all the delivery within this sector of downtown through zero emission mechanisms? And once we redefined it away from the city's cooked this thing and we're going to force it down your throat to we're going to learn about this together, people's hackles sort of shifted. They were able to say, oh, okay, let's try this. Let's see what we can learn. And I think to our sort of credit, we did remove it after 6 months. So this was a test. We were not sneaking this in and then going to keep it forever, which I think also government has sometimes a propensity to be like, oh, it's just a pilot. Oh no, now it's permanent. Sorry, right. So, any other questions?
I want to talk about data.
Yeah.
We're in the world of artificial intelligence, right?
Yep.
And the fuel for that is data.
Yep.
And what I've noticed is that cities are actually very rich in data.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of cities are collecting a lot of data, but they're not doing very much with it.
Totally.
And recently we just launched something in Paris, and when I started that little innovation project with them, I was told to go to Paris Open Data. I said, what the hell is that? So I went to this site, and they have an active campaign where they're exposing data to everybody.
Yeah.
And at first I didn't really get it, but I think once you open up the data, you open up the innovation.
Totally.
And I like what you said about external co-creation, because I was at Nokia in the good days, and they were co-creating inside but not outside.
Right.
And when you do outside, you bring other people into your domain that have different perceptions. And this is where the really great ideas can come out of. So how do you see that? Because I think both of you in both your roles, this is like a gold mine here.
My team actually manages our open data portal. Boston had one of the first ones in the country. Agree with you. So there's a lot of promise. For example, with our open data portal, we were able to build an MCP repository to make it possible for anyone to submit a natural language question, query our portal with all the data sets, and pull something out. So that's really awesome. On the other hand, I would say that the data is a reflection, all the data sets is a reflection of the state of our data health. And even though we do generate a lot of data, much of that data is not usable. It's not machine readable, there's problems with it, it's not clean, there's a lot of context that's lost once you put it up there. So there's this data capacity work that needs to happen in order to make our data sets AI ready. And we're still in the process of creating guidelines for what exactly we want to be putting out there, because AI is also quite unpredictable right now, right? So I totally agree with you that there's more to be done in terms of getting ready for the future, but also there's like so much deferred maintenance from our past in our data health that we have a lot more to go in terms of making it, I think, really transformative. The small tweak I would say that we could all do better, cities across the country, is just maybe what you saw in Paris. Anytime we're reporting on an evaluation result or some kind of study that we've released, we should be publishing the data alongside it so that others can participate and see how we landed where we landed. I think there's something really exciting about that, opening it up to the community and practitioners.
I totally agree, and I think one of the reasons why I've been drawn in and really inspired to be on the board of the Open Mobility Foundation is that we are stewarding information, data, and data standards that can be then universally shared and accessible across a whole bunch of environments and into the innovation space. And I think for the mobility data specification in terms of roadway movement and those elements, but I think particularly the current data specification, which is sort of our newest offering into this space, is a space that has so much potential for change and innovation and is not currently really well rationalized. So really think that work and that work across cities and across the private sector innovators is going to be sort of one of the more exciting landscapes coming in the next couple of years. So it looks like we're at time. Yeah.
In the hook.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us for a chat. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you to the Open Mobility Foundation. Excited about having them as a track this year. Make sure that you join this evening. We have a great reception sponsored by the Open Mobility Foundation, so very excited about that as well. Next, folks, we have more excitement. We keep on trucking. Again, excited to have you all still joining us. Make sure you're visiting the exhibitors next door, across the way, and also the workshops. Want to introduce the culture of innovation is our next presentation. Very excited again about this. We've got Joanna Pinkerton from HNTB as our moderator. I'm going to have them come up. Thank you, guys.
That was not me. That was the chair.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Nice audience out there today. And I know this is the post-lunch hour, so feel free to stand up and shake it out if you need to, because you really need to hear what our panelists have to say. I am honored to be your moderator today. This is a really incredible group of public sector leaders who are working on change within their organizations around technology, things that we would call, like in the innovation sphere. The reality is it's really hard to do innovative things inside of public agencies, and I wanted to moderate this panel because I most recently served as the CEO and president of a transit authority in Ohio. So if you know the Midwest, it's a big deal because we have this football team that does it. Someone said go blue over here, so he gets it. But trying to do change within government, within a transit agency, and in particular, in my case, in the Midwest, it's not intuitive. People are oftentimes reluctant to change, adverse to change. And everything we're talking about here at CoMotion has to do with new technologies. Every one of the speakers I've heard today has been excellent talking about what the future can be. You have practitioners here with me today who are going to talk about what it takes to actually get the change done. So I hope you will enjoy this from a more operations type perspective. So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask each of you to do just a real brief introduction, kind of name, rank, serial number. But I would like to ask you to maybe give a little statement about why you were willing to come share your story here at CoMotion. They didn't know I was going to ask that, so let's see what we come up with. Jacob?
Hi everyone, I'm Jacob Wessel, Senior Director with LA Metro's Office of Strategic Innovation. A reason why I've come here, I think, is particularly to commiserate with some fellow members of the public sector and engage with those in the private sector so that we can enter rooms with a greater shared understanding when we hear pitches.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gloria Roberts. I have the distinct pleasure to serve as the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, District 7 Director. And so we maintain and operate the state highway system in Los Angeles and Ventura counties. So giving you kind of an extent of the scope of our work, there's about 105 million vehicle miles that are traveled within our region. And so definitely massive responsibility. But also I'm here because, state, most people think of it as like one giant bureaucracy where nothing can change or move. But I would like to say that, we do chip away at making that change and making differences and working with all of our partners from business to partner agencies to really look at how we can drive innovation forward. So thank you for your time and for being here today.
Hi, I'm Lynn Peterson. I'm the Metro Council President in the Portland region. We do not do buses or light rail. That is our sister agency in the Portland region, TriMet, so the only metro that doesn't do transit. We do about everything else, and we can get into that later. But I think what I would summarize why I'm here is that for those of you following Ezra Klein, I'm on the abundance train. And I totally believe that we have, in the United States for the last 20 to 30 years, been working on a status quo goes, and the status quo isn't working. And so we really need to foster innovation to get better outcomes and challenge that status quo.
Hi all, my name is Akshay Malik. I'm the Smart Cities Director for City of Philadelphia. You can call me Max, like Starbucks does. I try and test and scale crazy ideas for City of Philadelphia. We operate in different technology spheres like technology for transportation, public information access, and EV infrastructure. One of the reasons I wanted to be here and then share our way of innovation was because I feel I learned a lot when I was coming up professionally, being at these conferences, and a lot of people shared their stories, and I learned from them how to do some of the things that I started. So just taking it forward, paying it forward is my way of being here.
Like I said, this is a great group of people willing to share their stories. So we're going to start off with a really big question, and this one question might take up the entire session, and that's okay. So how do you foster a culture of innovation within your organization, especially when introducing an emerging technology that might disrupt traditional workflows? I will call on you if nobody volunteers. Would you like to start?
Sure. Hate uncomfortable silences. So one of the key ways that I approach any problem. So when we get a problem, this is sort of a workflow in our team. We get a request from some department for a pain point, and we know that that's not the root cause. We ask them, can you work with us for a discovery period, like a month or a few weeks? We do user interviews and all that, and we get into the exact root cause of the problem. But I think after we've done our discovery, where we do get really into the weeds, is we have to now write a one-page memo, and it's sort of a scam because we call it a one-page because it's a handout and it's printed on both sides. Nobody likes to read, and I'm like, that's the most I can compress. But the idea in that one-page memo is that we want to talk about two things. One, where the actual problem is, and how to fix it. And the second part that actually gets people on board is, what's the cost of doing nothing? If the cost of doing nothing is not a massive negative number, then I shouldn't ask them to change the way or even adopt something new, because the learning curve and the overused term of change management is too hard for them to sort of navigate, and it'll just be dead on arrival. So that's one way we start or frame the problem and sort of get buy-in.
It's kind of easing people into it and getting their buy-in,
Or scaring them.
or scaring them, okay?
I think for us in Caltrans, I would think it really looking at it from what is the outcome that we're trying to achieve with innovation. Really looking back at the core purpose of what it is that we do and how that fits. Because I think for any sort of change, we have to make sure that we're doing it for the right reasons, that there's data that's probably involved in the decision making that led us to this point as to say, hey, we need to try something new. And so how, and then looking at the data and then the people in terms of, do we have people that are ready to kind of devote some time? Because we're always busy delivering our projects, but do we have people that are devoted to be able to kind of like look into it, do some testing, and then just looking at overall the organizational readiness, right? Because does it fit into existing processes, or is there going to be something new that we have to do to be able to make sure that we have the resources to support whatever it is that we want to drive. And so I think just in terms of always looking back to make sure that it fits our purpose and our need, and then having the people to go through, but also looking at I think one important factor, the organizational readiness, right? Because with innovation, it's always cool and shiny objects, cool and shiny things we want to do, but is it really something that we're actually ready to take on?
That's a really good point, and Lynn, I think you actually opened with that about status quo, is what I heard you say, and Gloria is referring to the fact that we need to talk about outcomes. So an acceptance that maybe what we're doing right now isn't working, or the outcomes that we have are not what we want. Would you like to elaborate a little bit?
I feel like that's all I say all day as an elected leader, is what outcomes are we trying to achieve? Because there's always a tension, a political, technical challenge before us, and rerouting ourselves in the problem statement and the outcomes that we actually wanted to achieve is probably the most important thing, because the debate should be focused around what outcomes are we actually trying to achieve, not who did what when to whom. Like children in middle school, we can easily devolve into that. But I think the one thing that I would put on the table along those lines is you have, in order to foster a culture of a learning organization, you need to allow for an iteration, right? That is what I consider a learning organization, where you allow for the testing of things, but I don't like continual pilot programs. I think that's where we fail the public, is not just implementing and not taking that leap of faith, right? There's been 20 pilot programs across the country. Why do we need to do a pilot program, right? We can figure out how we're unique, and it's probably not that we're unique at all, but you can have that conversation. But I think the iteration and getting the buy-in from your electeds, from your coalition members, that we're all bought into that this is a leap of faith, and that we all are going to check in every 3 months to make sure it's headed in the same direction. I think where we get off and people feel in public agencies like, I took that leap of faith and I was slapped, right? It's because we went off and we did the thing and we never checked in. We never talked about the risk. We never put that into terms that people would understand. So it's really a risk management conversation at that point, and keeping that before electeds, before the thought leaders, before the coalition members, to make sure that everybody understands the risks, and when those risks come up, you say, all right, that's what we learned. Now how do we move on from there? Rather than slapping the very person we told to go do the work.
So I like how you've described an actual process, bringing it back to the public agency, and that immediately makes me think of you at LA Metro, Jacob. You have an actual office of innovation. That may not seem novel to you. I remember when I started one within my transit agency, I had board members call me saying, what the blank are you doing? Because that didn't seem germane to them to delivering transit on the street. So it really took a lot for us to explain why it was needed. So can you talk to us a little bit about how you foster the culture of innovation within your agency?
Sure, and you know, we could say first and foremost, I think if you're here, you might not be at Joshua Shank's talk on starting up our innovation office, which is concurrent with this panel, but feel free to grab him later to learn more of the origin stories. But I think what's key, Gloria spoke to that, having like the staff capacity that would be ready to go, or is there at all to be able to not overburden staff when you're trying something new and trying something that maybe didn't fit perfectly into what you were planning on doing in your 5-year plan. And so having a small, nimble office that can take on new challenges and also sometimes tasks that are not so out of the box, but just something that you need a team that's ready to go, a strike force, if you will, that can be really crucial to have at the ready. And so it can be powerful for someone running a public agency to have a place to, one, send the private sector, send folks, whether it's tech or it's a new kind of bench or a new type of Windex you're going to use on your bus windows. You have a place to send people with those ideas. And I oversee the unsolicited proposals vertical in our office, and so if anyone has any out-of-the-box ideas, come see me afterwards. But that can be a key thing for people to be able to all channel that energy to one place, and then to be sure that that team also has the relationships within the agency and being sure that there's the openness from maybe an elected side and institutions, but also from deep within the bureaucracy, so that the innovation team can be sure to like keep the pulse on what is going on within a large bureaucracy, so they know how to have those meetings to test these sort of new ideas and kick off a pilot or kick off a trial in the right way, so that it has a higher chance of sticking and succeeding.
Appreciate you sharing that perspective. You really started to lead us into the next question, whether intentionally or not. And it's really important to tie this back to operations. So I'd like to hear from our other guests, whether you have an Office of Innovation. I think, Ashkay, you are the Office of Innovation, the entire concept. But if you don't, talk to the audience here a little bit about what strategies have proven most effective for you within your organizations, tying innovative mobility solutions back to goals. And I'll ask you to maybe talk about that a little bit too, because we all have goals, KPIs, or maybe a strategic plan that we have to align to. So talk about some of the strategies. We heard a little bit here about an actual staffing up, having a team, identifying risk. So talk about what that's like in your organization.
Okay, so in Caltrans, we do have a division of research and innovation. However, talking about the strategic plan and our culture, innovation is actually a value of ours. And so because we really do believe that just because you don't work in that division doesn't mean that you don't do innovation, especially on the operational, because innovation can take place in terms of how innovative project delivery, how we're delivering projects, material testing for concrete or different types of materials that are used in our construction. And then operationally, we have a lot of maintenance folks that are out there maintaining our highways, doing the physical work. So the innovation can come from something as simple as, designers will design a certain way, but obviously all of you who have gone through a construction project know that there's such a thing called the deferring site conditions, right? So when you're out there, it's our maintenance forces that have to maintain the system. And so they're the ones sometimes that can come up with like very unique ways, because things that are on the design plan doesn't necessarily translate to what you see in the field. And so a lot of times they're the ones that are coming up with ways on how to, for example, find their own solution for a drainage system or irrigation or some sort of repair or different type of design that they're proposing to our engineering teams. And so I think that's where it comes from. It's to have the practitioners that are doing the work across all divisions be the one to be able to have that avenue to propose new ideas and test it out.
I have a very long list that I wrote down of tools, but they all come back to the same thing of having the goals and being very clear about the goals. And then I just wanted to give a quick story along these lines. So when I was Secretary of Washington Department of Transportation for Governor Inslee, he was a very big promoter of lean. And what we did is we created statewide Results Washington. They gave us very specific direction, and transportation is a part of everyday life. So it doesn't matter if you're talking about economy or healthcare or education, transportation needs to be at the table. And it gave us a very clear sightline of what we should be trying to achieve with all of our partners. But what Lean does is it also empowers staff to figure out their own problems. Because clearly what gets us messed up when there's a barrier to innovation and change or effective processes, right, is the assumption that I do not have the power to change this. And I told every single person in the 6,800 person agency that I could talk to, I don't know what you do every day. If you're waiting for me to solve your problem, you're going to be waiting your entire career, and that's going to make you a very unhappy person. So how do I empower you? How do I give you the tools? And Lean really did allow us to do that. And I can tell you, I was out every 3 months in all of our regions on the ferry system in our congestion pricing program, and people who had never given a speech would get up and talk about their Lean project where they saved $50,000 a year or $1 million a year or $2 million, and they would get standing ovations from their colleagues. And they were beaming. That's what fosters innovation. That kind of culture, that kind of just pure joy in your job, right? The other thing that I would give an example of, and Amy Scarton is in the audience from HNTV now, but she came to WashDOT and eventually ran ferries, and we are both now trained ordinary seamen. And the reason that we are both trained ordinary seamen is because there were so many issues within the ferry system that the only way for us to uncover and get to the bottom of it and be one with the folks is to actually go through all the training and see how people were training around the problems. We came out with a list the first time of 60 issues. One of them was that, and I don't know if you all know this, people are born on the boat, people die on the boat, people get married on the boat, and we only had 2 defibrillators for every vessel. But there were 4 to 5 levels. And we were being told during emergency training, well, the defibrillator might be in the crew cabin. It might be in the cap. It might be in the bottom of the boat because the engineers think they're really important. No, right? We need a defibrillator on every level. That cost is worth it. There's no question safety comes first, right? But unless you get down and actually do the work and empower the folks to come back and say, this is where the problem is, like none of this is encouraged. Or people just assume it's not encouraged unless they see you out as leaders doing all of this. So I think those are examples of just get it done.
Those are very clear examples, and Ashkay will get to you, but I'm sensing a theme here. You know, Gloria, I heard you say that innovation is a value in your agency. And Lynn, you went on to say that, you know, it's really about empowering people, but as you told your story, I heard how prideful people were, right? So then you begin to get buy-in. So it's not just the CEO or it's not just the executive director. They may set the tone, but it's creating 6,800 innovators within your agency. Okay, Ashkay, build on that?
Oh, yeah, sure. So, second everything that was said, I think a few tools that we use in our work, we draw on something, like these tools already exist in the world without the labels from service design world, but there's a whole field called service design where you do user interviews and you sort of try and understand the problem better and document the problems. I think when we try and take a project, we try and frame it in a way that does not show us as gatekeepers of innovation, because as everybody said, innovation happens everywhere. But I think the strategy around how to go about it, especially if it's technically complex or technology is involved, that is where we come in. The pitch is usually, if you're trying to get from a candle to a bigger, more efficient candle, we shouldn't be talking. If you're trying to go from candle to light bulb, we'll help you with that, and then that's where we have the conversation to go from 0 to 1, because now you're not shoveling wax and putting them into molds. Now you need electrical wiring, and my job is usually in those projects to figure out when we switch on the light bulb gets on and nobody dies out of electrocution, right? So, and there is what we draw from past systems in this analogy is that what are the lighting levels that you needed in a room based on candlelight? Was it a corridor reading lighting level, or was it a reading room and therefore the lighting levels? And then we translate that into a light bulb sort of ecosystem. But when you need a paradigm shift, that's where my team sort of helps. And what we've seen is that I think we use a thing that I think came from Jeff Bezos' early days at Amazon before everything went evil. Scratch that off the record. The idea is that it's called single-threaded approach. So when we take on a project, it's ours from end to end. We will help you fill in every gap. We'll write out RFPs. We will do landscape assessment. Sorry, the other way. We'll do landscape assessment of technology. Create a discovery document. We'll write the RFP in the most plain language possible, so that small shop vendors are not struggling with 500 rows of feature list. We will, once we've done specific type of demos, we will go through legal contract negotiations and create most plain language terms for everybody to understand, and ownership of data is sort of clear. And then we'll help you evaluate, because you don't have data scientists on your team. And then write job descriptions so that you can hire people in your team and scale up to, if this evaluation shows that we did well and you want to own it as we scale up. So it's the entire package, the concierge service, but it is for specific projects, and we're not gatekeepers about this innovation happens with us. We can sometimes guide you if you have bulk of the project already baked out, and fill in the gaps and send you your way, and then you'll do it on your own.
I see Jacob down here shaking his head, because what you're talking about is pretty novel. That's a shift in responsibility of the public sector to say, I'm going to help you create your solution for us. Would you like to expand a little bit more about your division of innovation and some of the tools that you use?
I think one aspect, sort of, so one can offer sort of that service of soup to nuts and really helping. I mean, I rarely do you hear people talking about how to really make the public sector work, and it's like, who's writing the job description so that we can get this through HR? But like, that is work that has to be done, and if it's done wrong, that hiring process is delayed by a number of months and you're screwed. So there's that important element of being sure that a project is really able to get lifted with those with the expertise that can really help it get off the ground. And then there's also sometimes an important element is when something isn't working, when you're further down in the pipeline of an innovative project, or sort of getting something cooking within a large agency or bureaucracy, is knowing when to call it and when something fails. And it's important, I mean, like with the line of the CIA, like, our failures are on the front page and our successes are never heard about. So I'm not saying it's exactly the same in a public transit agency, but there's sometimes an important safety for those within an agency to know that when the innovation office is helping you get something off the ground, if it doesn't work, you can blame us and say, see, we didn't mess up everything in our operations division or in our project management delivery group, but if it's working, then that pilot gets to scale. Then it gets out of the pilot phase into something that's larger. And it's an important option to have available. And who's doing the after action? Rarely is a larger division or element of an agency able to reflect back once you get we're going to actually call it quits on this or not scale this up to a full RFP. But the innovation office can maybe say, hey, how did that proof of concept go? What can we learn, and how do we make sure it informs the next one down the road?
So I'm hearing that the innovation division is a really important partner, or the thought leaders within your agencies partner with the other divisions to help them through the process. So I'd like each of you, if you'd be willing to, share a best practice or an example within your agency that you're willing to talk about here publicly of how innovation has really taken hold in your organization, no matter how the scale, something small, something big, but share a best practice with us today. Lynn, you looked first, so I'm thinking you should respond to that.
It's interesting because when I first thought about the question, the first thing that came to my mind is transit corridors. In the Portland region, we're very oriented to transit corridors, not really highway or roads. It's a transit corridor, and the transit corridor has to work for everybody because it's a total transit, right, user experience. That's how we look at it. And so it's everything from the technology. What's the most innovative thing that we can start putting on a bus rapid transit or a light rail corridor as we increase transit service, increase the transit user experience. We're experimenting, we're starting to work on cooling corridors to make sure that in our most hottest parts of our urban area, as well as our most low income, that are most transit dependent, the first thing they'll ask for is trees. Because otherwise they're sitting out in the hot sun. Everybody who's commuting or the seniors in our highest transit ridership corridors, there's hardly any trees. There's hardly anywhere for them to wait. So from cooling corridors to the high density mixed use neighborhoods that we're trying to create, and when we look to the future, we're going from a multi-centric region with one large downtown to a future that will probably have several large areas, just as big as downtown Portland, and a lot more centers that we did not foresee in our 50-year plan when I was an entry-level planner 25 years ago. We are engaged with community-led visionings to bring up brand new community-led centers that are way beyond anything that we had thought of 25 years ago in terms of the goals that they have. So it's really, the innovation is the bringing together of all the coalition and the partners of how do we clarify our roles, who's bringing what to the table, and then how do we put this all together into one package for each of these corridors, because it's different in every corridor.
Gloria?
So you spoke a little bit about partnerships, and so for us at Caltrans, we're always looking at safety. That's like our #1 priority in terms of safety for our travelers, those who use our system, but also for our workers, because we maintain our work, we maintain the roads, and then we also have a lot of contractors who work on our roads and do projects for us. And so when we have, when there's innovative products that come on to the marketplace that are good for that prioritize safety and are for safety, those are something that we get very excited about. And so right now we're actually, as an example, doing a testing of what's called a tethered drone lighting. And so it's basically a drone that's tethered to the ground, but it's high elevation and it's real expansive glare-free illumination of our work zones. So what that does is, especially in rural areas where you don't have a lot of lighting, it lights up the workplace, the work area without overextending into neighborhoods or, too overextensive residential areas. And it's also good for, improves the visibility, but also it's, you don't have to rely on generators. And so there's no noise attached to this type of lighting. And so when we do these types of tests, we really rely on industry in terms of manufacturers and business partners to kind of help us with the testing. We give them feedback and they make adjustments in their design, and then we go back and test some more. So I think it's really the partnerships that we talk about with industry to really be able to advance things forward, and I think that's, for us, is the thrill of innovation, knowing that there's willing partners, because Jacob kind of joked about the fact that, you know, we're steeped in bureaucracy and just trying to get a contract through could take up to a year. And so when we have industry partners that are willing to come in and do testing, live testing with us, for us to be able to move things forward, I think that's really where the future and how we'll be able to make progress.
I think that, yeah, when the opportunity comes that a company is approaching and wants to do that testing, that proof of concept, can be a game changer. In one place, where it's a game changer for us was in bathroom innovation, which is not really probably not any topic bathroom panels during this conference, so probably will be mentioned at our workshop tomorrow. If you walk across the street to the Little Tokyo station, you can see this company called Throne that is working with Metro now, that has these pods that are sort of a souped up porta potty meets little portable airline bathroom. And we hadn't planned on writing an RFP for portable bathrooms or anything like that. We knew this was sort of an issue. We know that everyone needs a place to go to the restroom, and the United States is not typically great at providing restrooms to the general public. And so we were able to do a proof of concept and then really see how at 4 locations these restrooms were able to transform a lot of aspects of the transit service that we were providing. And so it was everything. There were metrics that we weren't even considering previously, but you had, from number of times an elevator has to be cleaned by our custodial team, to the ability to change where bus routes ended up going. If anyone's in transit service planning, a key thing other than having a place to park that bus during the layover is a place for the operator to be able to go to the restroom. And if you don't solve for that, the whole route can't happen in the way that you want it to be able to better serve your customers. And so now that we're able to place a restroom somewhere where we might have not had a physical one that was built out that would be very capital intensive, solved a lot of different problems for us that we're now able to scale at a larger rate.
An example, something I'll share from what I shared this morning, and then I'll cover it up with a separate example. So one of the practices that we wanted to bring to our work was, how do you avoid pilot purgatories? Every city sort of goes through this piloting process and that's it. They die on the grapevine because the procurement process is too onerous and you don't want to go through that. So the way we sort of solve for that, or we are solving for that right now, is we added a pilot clause to a regular RFP. Since we said to our team, we're already simplifying how we write RFPs, let's just add a pilot clause, which means it's just a phase to the project. And what we're doing is that we ask for the sponsoring from the sponsoring department, or sometimes we put it up through our program money, the little pilot money that is needed to finance just the pilot, and we can get entire terms and conditions set, approved, and signed off on for as though it was a citywide or a full-scale project. And the thing that we realized was that we can do it with multiple vendors against the same RFP. So now we're doing multiple pilots, paid pilots, signed contracts with multiple vendors for the same problem, to solve the same problem. And now we can scale up with any of the selected vendors based on the performance they show in the pilot phase. So whichever we like, based on the evaluations that we conduct, based on the pilot itself, we can say this vendor X needs to scale up with us, and that's it. We change scope of work, we add more money to the contract, and that's just a contract amendment for procurement nerds in the room. It's not a full procurement RFP cycle. Saves you 6 months to a year. You do not lose momentum. If you had live people or like actual engagement, the product was being used by people, it does not die on the grapevine. You don't have to re-engage and work on adoption again. And that, right now we're testing it for something called automated payment inspection work for the streets department, because the old way, as I mentioned earlier on, the cost of not doing this is that we've not had manual inspections for years, like more than a decade. So that was the only way. We would do manual inspections for alligator tracking or signage inventory, and manual inspections are hard. So after almost a decade now, we have some understanding of what it means and what it costs, and what's the margin of error if we use the latest technologies, but in a pilot setting.
What will the interns do?
That was one of my jobs as an intern back in the last century.
That's all I did.
That's a
The interns are probably writing the code for the automated pavement inspection then. Yeah, they'll still have jobs.
Okay.
This was an interesting question. I think, bringing people from the transportation sector together who run different operations. I heard planning, collaboration, focusing on procurement, but then I heard examples of transit corridor planning, cooling corridors. That's a new one for me. Learned something today. The tethered drones, automated pavement inspection, and bathrooms. And what's so interesting to me about innovation is that it applies to everything, or it could apply to everything. It is not reserved only for automated vehicles or for AAM. It can be applied to everything that we're doing when it comes to mobility. I'm going to ask us one last question, and then we'll save some time for the audience to ask questions. A lot of innovation not only takes culture change and culture management, change management. A lot of the innovation and technology that's coming into our agencies, there's new technology, there's digital infrastructure associated with that. What's your opinion on how we can make that sustainable, keep it outcome focused, not just doing tech and digital cool things for the sake of doing cool things, and equitable and inclusive so that we're solving problems for everyone? This is a tough question.
So, first I have questions back, because this is the space that has just recently been changing, I think. And that is, countries around the world are starting to say no social media for children under 16 or 15. What does that mean in terms of accessibility then? I don't know. But what does that mean, and what type of technology then goes into or is allowed in the phones for kids to be able to access the bus system, the transit system, Uber or Lyft? I don't know. I'm just trying to ask you all. Please think about that. That's their freedom. And I know social media versus an app from the transit agency may be different, but I think we got to clearly define how to provide that access. And access to resources, because there's a lot of resources out there that I'm afraid that kids will lose out on if we don't figure out how to allow that access to still occur. The second is just seniors. We got to keep using plain language. We got to keep using things that are more simple and easier. And to that end, I am so freaking tired of having either in the past a card for every transit system or now an app for every transit system. Why can't we have one app for the transit systems across the United States that every other system feeds into? It may be that the back system for each one of those is different, but it should be seamless, just like getting on the highway, and all of the tolling companies are moving to try to be integrated so you have one. Why aren't we trying to do the same thing for transit? Make it easier. I think if I were just to say, in summary, make it easier to do the right thing, right? With all of these modes. How do we make it easier and keep that access top of mind?
Well, I think you made, Lynn, just with what you're saying, but with your, in the prior question, you had used the term public visioning, which I really liked, because that's really what it is. It's as innovation and with digital infrastructure, are we creating things that people actually need, and then can they actually have access to it? And that's really the root point, right? Because we can't move ahead and then thinking that we're smart and forward thinking, but then leave half the population behind. And I totally agree with you, because schools now, I don't have Instagram, but I have to create an account in order to keep up with what's happening at my kids' schools. So it's that type of movement that's happening all over, and I'm not sure how we can tether ourselves together to make sure that it's all of the pieces are moving forward in one, rather than one industry taking a leap and not really thinking about the impacts, the rollover impacts.
I was about to take a segue, but then that became a better segue. So thank you for jumping in. I just wanted, like, the question about sustainability and using things in a better way. I think most of you have heard of the data is the new oil argument a few years back. And my argument back was like, you don't put oil in your cars. You have to have infrastructure built out so that that oil can be processed. If data is your new oil, where's your infrastructure to process it? So the answer from cities was like, hey, we're putting open data, like putting data on open portals, and people will figure out how to make it into oil. And I was like, no, there's a privilege aspect. Like, you have to have access to certain resources, certain computing power, certain knowledge to turn that open data into policy decisions or policy questions. So that's where I've been having a lot of work in our public information access portfolio part of smart cities, where I've been like working on aspect of navigation through city bureaucracy. So there's a press event next week about a product that we launched called Permit Navigator. So if you go on permits.phila.gov, you put in any property location and you put in what you want to do at that property. Open a new office, open a new business, any kind of business, there'll be a whole set of use cases. Or demolish a wall, build a deck, demolish the whole house and build a multi-unit housing, whatever you want to do there. It'll give you a list of all the licenses and permits you want to do there, that the city needs of you, how much it'll cost, once or recurring. You can download the whole thing as a PDF. It'll give you the order in which you should apply. And your entire scoping process can be covered in less than 4 minutes. Now this came out of a discussion about how we do licensing and permitting, and I was like, so how do we do it? And the answer I got from people was like, oh, you have to go figure it out, you know? So you ask the city a question, hey, how many license permits do I need to do X? And the answer would be, go figure it out. And the answer usually people would get out of, you know, engaging 6 or more departments was either incomplete or inaccurate. And then people would miss it out. And this data exists. There are links to get everything done. So in the Permit Navigator right now, when you get to the scope page, your project is scoped out with all the license permits, you get links to get each of the permit that you require, get started, right? So now you have an accurate or close to accurate description of exactly what is needed, and we've turned the data question, stuff that was already out in the open, into a specific answer for a specific need, for like a mom and pop store or a resident or a business, a small business. Like, you know, the bigger businesses have expediters, I don't know if folks know about that, but like you can pay somebody to figure out this answer, but scoping that should not be heavy. And that's my argument against data dashboards that a lot of public and private sector, like folks, leadership especially loves, like they get a sense of control. I can see a dashboard, I can see numbers churning. And I'm like, you don't have a dashboard for your text messages, you just get a notification when there's a new text, right? So you need information only when it's relevant, and data and systems should do that for you, just not like drown you in data. That's just dumb, so, sorry.
No, they're perfect.
I like the example, and starting my career in construction, I can really see the value of that permitting process. That kind of blows my mind. I'm gonna try it out.
I'm just glad I'm among my people talking about licensing and permitting. It feels like I'm home. I think just a key element there, I think, in keeping pace with what may sometimes be outrunning the traditional speed of government is, even as Akshay described, sort of setting the stage for how people on the outside can navigate through all that may be required of them by the government. There's also the systems, the software that we typically use can sometimes become outdated the second we get that contract finalized, and the long negotiations that it took to get it when it comes to asset management, when it comes to planning out some or managing infrastructure systems. And so figuring out more nimble ways to write contracts, to understand how we might be able to change and update some of our systems so that we can keep pace with how quickly things are moving, can be helpful to be sure that we don't sort of get left behind or get lost in even being able to provide the right kind of data and in the right format. Lynn, my GTFS brain spinning on how transit agencies can provide the right kind of information so that it's accessible to people where they want it, so they don't have to download something that they wouldn't have already. And so that's, there's a data standards question, but there's also, and then there's do we as large government agencies have the information stored in the right way and in the right pathway so that it can get to those that need it, whether that's internally or externally.
So regardless of the type of digital infrastructure you're using, the data that you house, I'm sensing that there's a responsibility with innovation to be focused on the human-centered design, thinking about the customer, how do I expand the customer experience, how do I make it easier, how do I maintain their safety. These are really important topics for us to be considering when you're thinking about introducing new technologies and innovation within your own agency, or if you're the private sector, understanding what it is the public agencies are looking for to partner with you. We do have some time left this afternoon, and I'd be glad to open up for questions. You're not raising your hand.
Oh, I was just trying to see if the light is.
I do have one question here. If you could speak up and let us know where you're from and your question.
Oh yeah, thank you. Robbie Abenor, work with Natural Resource Defense Council here in LA. Thank you, this was a great panel. My question was, if you had any advice for lower or mid-career professionals who are trying to move this culture along in their departments when they don't necessarily have the same mandate from senior leadership that you all are giving to your staffs.
This is a great question. Was everyone able to hear that okay? Great.
I don't have mandates for almost all projects I do. The easiest way is writing it down. I'm English is second language to me. I struggle to write. I use Grammarly, full disclosure. But writing things down as briefly as possible helps you solidify your ideas. And I think I was just sharing with Jacob just before the panel, there's a book called Good Strategy, Bad Strategy. The word strategy gets used so often in places that, like in ways that it loses teeth because nobody knows what are you talking about. Highly recommend reading that book. It talks about how to structure your strategy in a way that is action-oriented. And I would say when you approach a problem, don't be afraid to turn it into a solution or propose a solution and shop it around with your peers or mostly with your peers first. I actually never take it to the leadership because one of the things I realized was there's almost always a massive gap between the leadership, like the executive leadership, and boots on the ground. For good reason, there's bureaucracy and there's they're solving political problems, somebody's solving operational problems. But if you can fill that gap in your writing, and obviously accompany it with a PowerPoint because nobody else to read. So.
Anyone else want to?
I guess what I would just say is, whatever organization you're in, there are clear goals at some point. And how you tie your work back to those goals shows the leadership that you're listening and that you understand what the mission is. So tying it back to those goals and then working backwards, I'm just going to continue to, a couple things I continue to harp on when things are coming up before us. One, be able to clearly articulate the risk, as we were stating earlier, to the do nothing versus at least 3 different scenarios where one of them is the solution that you think. Do not just go in with yours, because that's too narrowly tailored, and you're going to allow for everybody to put a whole bunch of other ideas on the table when you bring it up. So come in with ears open of like, I know there's other ways to do this, but we have to find some criteria upon which to measure this against your goal. It's your goal. I didn't put it there. I'm trying to get there. So trying to do that, articulate that risk, and then what outcomes this is going to help generate, right? To accelerate whatever it is that the leadership has asked you to do. I think that's the way I look at it. When it's coming before me, if I'm just getting one solution, I now have to manage a council or a coalition or a political nightmare because everybody's going to have a different answer, and you haven't put it in context yet, and you haven't put the criteria for what the risk decision is, and that makes for a nightmare and nothing. It's hard for me to get things moving then, if it's not put in that type of context.
That was a great question to start us off, and I think it's important for us to realize that everyone has a role or an opportunity to influence a culture of innovation within their organization. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Were they really just that good? It was the perfect hour? The best panel? I think so. No more questions from the audience. Okay, we're actually going to finish. Oh, one? Okay.
Yeah.
Your name, and if you could speak up.
Yeah, my name is Ryan Elimo. I am a founder of OpenAI. Recently, we're awarded the Complete Street Initiative, SBR Phase 2.
Okay.
And we're piloting with a couple of DOTs and Caltrans, hopefully, too. And the question is, how is the process for doing the pilot with US DOT that is funding it to make it a contract later on? So how is the process looks like in this situation?
With this situation, usually through an SPNR grant, you work with our planning and local assistance teams to just do the work. And I'm not clear on the actual contracting process to get it through, but any sort of pilot that we have goes through a testing period with the kind of applicable division, whether it's complete streets and then usually with complete streets there's always multidiscipline in terms of traffic operations comes in. Sometimes design will come in because we have design standards. So it's really looking at all of our functional levels kind of coming in and weighing in and providing that sort of feedback loop. And then always with any sort of pilot, it's back to that public visioning is to, the end users as to who are going to be the beneficiaries of any innovation. And so I think having, going and working through that is the best case. And kind of tying into the previous question is how we also grow the innovation is we're in a stage, and it's really funny because when COVID happened, everybody upped their game in terms of the digital infrastructure because we were all working remotely. But now, as we're, with those return to office mandates, that's actually a very, very good thing. Because I think for innovation to really work, we have to engage personally. That's where ideas come in. Those water cooler conversations are where you can get something done or a new idea that comes in just from random conversations that you have with people. So the in-person engagement and testing will be really key in terms of how we can actually move projects forward and then actually have the innovation take root and materialize. So I appreciate that question.
I appreciate the summary. It sounds like the research then results in an after-action review and looking at outcomes and what it did for the community, what the results of the new technology were. So this was a fantastic panel. You were a great audience. We have 3 seconds until we're supposed to close, so I'm going to call it the perfect panel. And if you could give our
Kudos to the team and the panel. Thank you all very much. Do not go far. We have a great conversation coming up next. If y'all have been, if you're new to LA or you visited a couple other cities, you might have seen some very interesting vehicles. Really excited about this next conversation. From prototype to public roads, Waymo's path to scale. Welcome to our next group. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this exciting fireside chat with Waymo. Before we dive in with Michelle, who's the Director of Product Management for Waymo, I figured we'd do some quick introductions. My name is Gina Graveau. I'm a Senior Vice President at EKA, a public affairs and lobbying firm here in Los Angeles. We're the largest public affairs lobbying firm in LA, working with clients in every industry, from technology to transportation, healthcare, aviation. We have a big focus with clients in the technology and transportation sector at the intersection of tech and mobility. So I'm thrilled to be here today. So with that, Michelle, will you give a quick intro of yourself, and then we can dive into Waymo, sort of the path you guys have taken to get here, and then what lies ahead.
Absolutely. My name is Michelle Hilani. I'm a Director of Product Management at Waymo. I've been there for about 8 years now, and I'm on the commercialization team. My team is focused on really building out the supply infrastructure, deploying our fleet of Waymo vehicles, and building out the commercial service.
Great. All right, so Waymo is expanding quite rapidly at this point. What's the state of play?
Yeah, so it's a really exciting time for Waymo. We have driven at this point over 100 million miles in fully autonomous mode. That means unambiguously there is no human driver at the wheel of these cars, which is really incredible. I think we announced that a while ago, and so at this point we've done many, many more millions of miles beyond that. One of the things that we're really proud of is the safety track record that we've built out. So with that 100 million miles, we've been able to demonstrate that the Waymo driver is involved in 10% as many collisions as an equivalent human fleet would be involved in. And that's across all different types of collisions. That is collisions involving airbag deployments, involving property damage, and involving pedestrians. So that's a really, really incredible fact. I think we're super excited to have that track record under our belt. And with that, that's given us the confidence to really start building out the commercial service, which is what my team is focused on. In terms of the commercial service, we're now operating in 5 cities. So LA, of course, we're in over 150 square miles here in LA. San Francisco, where we operate from the Golden Gate Bridge all the way down south. Just today we announced we're going all the way down to San Jose, so that's another 150 square miles there. In Phoenix, you can land at Sky Harbor Airport, call Waymo, and have a car waiting for you curbside, which is a really, really incredible experience. And then, of course, we're in Austin and Atlanta as well. At this point, we've driven over 250,000 trips a week, and over 10 million total across our lifetime. Again, those stats are a little bit old, so at this point we're doing hundreds of thousands of trips per week. We've grown incredibly. And as of today, we announced that we have started serving riders trips on freeways in San Francisco, LA, and Phoenix. So.
Did you all hear that? LA freeways today, guys. You can take a Waymo. Big news.
Yeah, it's super exciting. It's pretty surreal to be cruising down the freeway at 65 miles an hour with the steering wheel spinning and nobody at the driver's seat.
Well, that's exciting. So what is allowing Waymo to scale so quickly, and what have the challenges been in the different markets that you've been entering?
Yeah, it's a great question. First and foremost, the safety is really important to us. So we've really taken the time to establish a track record of safety. I talked about the 100 million miles that we've driven on public roads, but we've also done it incrementally. And that means, we've launched in each city one after the other. And we've taken our time to get to the scale that we're operating at now. And what that's allowed us to do is build this track record that we can show to our regulators, build an experience that you can feel as a rider, and build relationships with the cities that we're operating in so that people understand that we are good actors here. We are really serious and intent on deploying responsibly. And so all of that has gotten us to a point where we're really excited to continue scaling it up even further. We're excited to build out the commercial service, and I think that's exposing us to a new set of challenges beyond sort of just the safety side, just the technical bits. One of the things that's really important to us is the rider experience. So as we deploy the driver and as you experience your rides, you'll see the drive is really comfortable, but we want the sort of in-ride experience to be as delightful as possible. We recently launched a Spotify integration, which allows you to control the music. We're building out features that allows you to personalize the experience so that the car is always sort of set to the right temperature, giving you the controls so you can open the windows, adding support for things like putting your luggage in the trunk so that you can take a ride to the airport. So all those things are a really important part of the sort of in-ride experience. But the experience actually starts, when you fire up the app, right? We want riders to be able to have transportation where and when they need it, and at the right price, so that they can actually access that transportation. And so there's a lot of challenges that sort of go into building out that experience, making sure cars are positioned in the right parts of the city. So we have to understand kind of the demand patterns and the traffic patterns, make sure that when people start their morning commute, ETAs are low, where those commutes are likely to start. So we're building out a lot of those experiences as well. That's been a really exciting part of the experience that our riders actually get to experience. In my side of the world, I'm very focused on deploying the Waymo fleet, and what that requires is building out the infrastructure in support of that fleet. So, in the ideal case, the car is just out there in the field, available for trips, ready to serve riders. But it takes a lot of complex operations to get those cars into that state. We have to build a whole network of infrastructure, right? So service centers, maintenance facilities, cleaning stations, chargers, of course. And we've got to have that in all the right parts of the city where the cars are likely to need those services. We also have to build out sort of the fleet orchestration and fleet management systems. So that's one of the really exciting things that my team is focused on, which is how do we take advantage of that physical infrastructure, figure out what the car needs, when it's going to need that, what the right service center is with the right sort of resources and capabilities to turn that car around, and to do that as efficiently as possible. At our scale, I think there's also some kind of interesting challenges. I'll give you an example of a couple of weeks ago the Dodgers won the World Series, and when that happened, of course, there was lots of celebrations. There were lots of fireworks in the city. There were lots of sort of impromptu gatherings on the streets. And then eventually it all kind of culminated in a parade. Well, as we're thinking about fleet management, we really have to make sure that our vehicles are able to understand what's happening in the city, and the whole system is able to sort of adapt and react to these real-time happenings. So if the parade is going to head through the city and cut off access to a depot, well, the rest of the depots need to be able to step up and bear the load, and we've got to sort of balance the traffic across our network of infrastructure. So those are some of the sort of really exciting challenges that we're kind of busy tackling now. As we think about that, we also want to think about how to deploy in cities faster. And there, one of the really exciting challenges is sort of building out a partner ecosystem that allows us to deploy in cities as quickly as possible.
Can you expand on that a bit? What does the partner ecosystem sort of look like in every city that you're expanding in or entering?
Yeah, so I talked about the different types of infrastructure that we need. We need charging facilities all across the city. So there we partner with folks like EVgo, Terawatt, Volterra to sort of build out that charging footprint. We also partner with fleet management companies that really have a deep understanding of running the operations that are necessary behind the scenes to get those cars serviced, as I mentioned. So there, we've announced partnerships with Avis, for example, in Dallas, with Move in Phoenix, Miami, and London, so on and so forth. But we have a variety of different models as well. So in Austin and Atlanta, we're actually testing models where we deploy through existing ride-hailing services like Uber. where you as a customer fire up the Uber app and you're able to get access to Waymo through that app. And so we're trying all these different models, trying to figure out kind of what is the best model that allows us to get to market as quickly as possible.
Well, this is all very exciting. So looking forward, what is next for Waymo?
Well, I'll start with what's happening in LA. Just today we talked about how we announced that we started serving trips on freeways. That's super exciting. So like I said, that's happening in LA, that's happening in San Francisco, in Phoenix. And we're really excited to scale up that program and give, serve more trips to our riders, kind of approaching the natural demand, right? So right now, the way it works is if taking a freeway would meaningfully speed up your trip, you'll be likely to get matched with a car that'll go on the freeways. But over time, we're going to scale that up even further. So just any trip that would naturally use a freeway would sort of have the opportunity to go on freeways. So that's really exciting. We are also just looking to expand our footprint to more cities. And as I mentioned, now that we have this sort of, we've invested in this safety track record, I'm excited to see us scale those cities even faster. So some of those cities that are coming, I think we've announced cities like Dallas, Denver, Las Vegas, Washington, D.C. We started testing in a bunch of cities as well. New York, super exciting. So there's many more cities that we're really excited to bring Waymo to. I'm personally excited for that because I think living here in LA, it's been really exciting to see how it's gone from kind of a unique niche service that's available to just a subset of riders to when you walk around the city, you see people just organically take trips. Sometimes you go to the movies, you call a car, and somebody else is walking the same car thinking it's their trip. So I think more and more of those experiences are going to start to happen across many more cities across the United States through next year. I mentioned freeways, and I think winter weather. Winter weather is a really exciting, sort of new capability that we're looking forward to deploying. Obviously you need that in a city like Denver or New York.
And how do you define winter weather? So we have a rainstorm coming in LA. Is that winter weather or is that different?
We feel very confident about driving in rain, including heavy rain, the sorts that you might experience in Miami. When I say winter weather, really I mean snow. So dealing with like the snow and icy roads that you'd see in Denver or New York. And a lot of that is enabled by the new platform that we're also really excited to deploy on public roads next year. That's the Zeekr platform with the 6th generation Waymo hardware, which is our latest and greatest vehicle platform and sensor suite.
So going off script here a little bit, he doesn't know this one's coming. So if someone hasn't taken a Waymo before and they're concerned because it's an autonomous vehicle, what would you say to them?
I'd say the first thing is just try it. I think, download the app, you have access. The experience is kind of magical or it's kind of surreal the first time you're in it, but I promise you it quickly gets very boring. The driver is a very smooth driver. My wife says it drives better than I do, which I take as a compliment actually. I think very quickly you'll be surprised at how quickly you'll be comfortable sitting in a Waymo driven vehicle.
I think that's a great answer. Is there anything else that you think is just really important for the audience to know about Waymo in terms of the future and what you guys are conquering next?
Yeah, I'm really excited for the expansion, like I talked about. I think, one of the sort of unsung pieces of the experience is just the experience of privacy and the experience of having your own private space in the car. As much as you might love talking to your Lyft or your Uber driver from time to time, it's a uniquely different experience to be in that car when there's no one else there. The conversation that you might have with your partner after a dinner date or on the way to a movie is totally different than what you might have when there's a third party in the car. And I think there's also sort of an element of safety and comfort that gives our riders. So, I think those are some of the pieces. We talk a lot about safety from the sort of collision perspective, but just that idea that you have that private experience, I think is something that's really unique. It's something that's really only accessible in a Waymo vehicle.
And I think the Spotify connection is exciting as well.
Yeah, I mean, it really is your own personal space, right? So you don't have to ask anybody else to tune the radio or change their radio station. You can fire up that Spotify app and, everything that you have access to in the app, your playlists, your DJs, setting the volume as loud or as quietly as you want to, listening to meditation tracks, which I like to do when I'm working sometimes. All of that is, at your beck and call just through the app.
So if you're listening to a meditation app and you fall asleep and you're at your destination, what happens?
That's a great question. We've actually designed support for that. So if you fall asleep, you're in too deep a trance, let's say, then you get to your destination, Rider Sport will give you a call and give you a nice, hopefully peaceful wake up. They don't know what you're listening to, so maybe it won't be that peaceful.
Well, Vishay, thank you so much for this enlightening conversation, and thank you guys for being here today.
All right, guys, can't wait to see those. I'm in Miami, and they're road testing right now on the road mapping, so I'm so excited for that. All right, I want to welcome our next group, Thinking Holistically, Resilience First, Last Mile Transit, and Active Transportation. Folks, this is a super exciting one. You're not going to want to miss it. I want to welcome Hillary Norton as our moderator and the rest of the group.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to let our other panelists take their seats. Well, we're going to go right into our panel because there's a lot to talk about. And I was really thrilled that the panel on innovation, Lynn Peterson, Council President of the Oregon Metro, said that people are asking for cooling corridors, especially to increase transit ridership. No shade equals unwillingness to stand and wait for transit. I think that's a great lead-in to what we're talking about today. My name is Hillary Norton, and I am the Executive Director of FastLink DTLA and the former Chair of the California Transportation Commission. I'm also one of the co-founders of the Festival Trail. But I'm particularly delighted to be your moderator today because this panel is just incredible. So could you introduce yourselves to talk specifically about your work in resilience and first last mile active and transit innovations?
Sure. Hi, I'm Mark Federnick. I'm an emergency physician. I work for a company called U.S. Acute Care Solutions, which serves about 400 emergency departments around the country. And I'm also the managing editor of the Journal of Climate Change and Health. And the reason those are important is because I'm quite familiar with what is presenting in our emergency rooms today, as well as all of the published literature on how climate change is impacting our health. And so I'll be touching a little bit on that today.
Thank you.
My name is Iona Isaacson. I'm a project manager with the Smart Surfaces Coalition. We're a nonprofit that is based in DC, but works with cities all across the US to help them adopt smart surface infrastructure. And we're not talking about sensors and computers, we're talking about common sense, cost-effective strategies like cool, reflective surfaces, green infrastructure, permeable pavement, solar PV, and helping cities and other infrastructure managers to make these surfaces the urban design norm.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Hi, Mike Manley. I'm with Light and Palm of America. We're a roadway supplier, gondolas, funiculars, automated people movers, and we're excited to try and push our products into the urban transit space to better connect communities and bring innovative electrically powered transportation to our cities.
Fantastic. And Jonathan?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Parfrey. I'm the CEO of Climate Resolve. We're a nonprofit here in Southern California. Our organization works in policy and in implementation. On the implementation side, we were one of the groups that founded Ciclavia here in Los Angeles. Not Ciclavia. And we also have co-chair of the Metro Sustainability Council. We are also very active in Sacramento and have, I think, been one of the major movers in establishing a resilience and adaptation policy in the state of California. And locally, on the implementation side, we have been a promoter of cool roofs and cool walls and cool pavements. As a matter of fact, the city of Los Angeles now has over 120,000 cool roofs that would not be there had it not been for our advocacy. So we're very excited by that intersection of protecting public health and helping people get around.
Fantastic. Well, you can see why we have such a great panel here to talk about all of these issues. And Mark, could you talk about what is happening, what you're observing with people's health as you are seeing the effect of climate change on the human body?
Yeah, and I'm sure people are wondering why the RDoC is here on this panel, and it's because I want to shed a little bit of light on the why. You know, when we think about transportation, we think, so I'll just start with, climate change is impacting our health in a lot of ways. When we think about transportation, we often think about air pollution, which is still contributing to somewhere between 7 and 10 million deaths worldwide each year. But I also want to touch a little bit on heat, because even when we start to transition to electric and we start to clean up our air, we're still going to be dealing with increased heat, which has a significant impact. And I think understanding it as we design our systems are really important. So many of you are probably aware that heat waves are actually the #1 natural disaster killer. Meaning, when you put together earthquakes and hurricanes and things of that nature, heat waves actually kill more people from heat illness. But the truth is that's only the tip of the iceberg, because when it's hot, and that hot just means hot for that area, so 90th percentile or 95th percentile for that area, a temperature that people aren't used to, we suffer all kinds of other medical consequences. More heart attacks, the #1 killer, more strokes, more respiratory illness. Every asthmatic knows they're going to have trouble when it's hot because we have more ground level ozone. More preterm babies are born, even right here in Los Angeles. Patients with insurance can go to the hospital, they can get into the air conditioning, they can get fluids, they can get medications. When there's a heat wave in Los Angeles, more babies are born too early with their lifetime of health risks. More people shoot and stab each other, hot under the collar. More people have psychiatric illness, more completed suicides just because it's hot out. And I'm going to add one more layer to this. We also don't think as well. Students who are exposed to heat don't test as well. Adults don't perform as well. Older people don't do brain games as well. That's true for air pollution as well. When it's hot out, when the air is polluted, we don't think as well. How are we then going to overcome the challenges that we're facing? So I want to share this information with you because when we design these systems, we need to be thinking about that. We need systems that move people in a way that's comfortable, convenient, safe, healthy, but also enables us to combat climate change and reduce emissions and keep our world from getting even hotter.
Well, these are very sobering statistics. What's on your mind as you're thinking about us hosting the Summer Olympics in 2028, and especially the Paralympics that will be held August 15th through the end of August, and what it's going to be like to be in metal wheelchairs and other apparatus in the summer heat?
Yeah, and I also worry a lot about lack of acclimatization. Not only may we not have the right infrastructure to protect people and make it convenient for them to get from A to B without getting too much exposure, but people also don't know what they're in for. They're not used to it, and that's what's really dangerous about heat. Early in the season, when people aren't acclimated yet, and I think we'll have a lot of visitors who don't know what they're in for and may suffer untoward consequences.
So in terms of what people are in for, Climate Resolve is the national leader in climate education. What have your recent findings been, Jonathan, about the Palisades and Eaton fire recovery and climate change, and about the impact of cooling our surfaces, such as your Cool Surfaces Alleviating Climate Change video with Bill Nye?
Well, I'm glad you all here have a good hour to spend with me to answer. The reality is that some of you in this room, I'm positive, were directly affected by the wildfire. Could I see a show of hands if you lost your home from the wildfire, that you had to evacuate? Here, yes. What we found is that when these fires happen in January, and if you're not from LA, this might be a little difficult for you to relate to, but it was a very real thing for us. There's a word out there, it's called solastalgia, which is, it's a wonderful word. It's the loss of nature, and you're mourning it. That part of your culture, part of your home is gone. And in Los Angeles, after those fires in Pacific Palisades, Malibu, Topanga, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, and especially Altadena, we all went through a grieving process that was significant. And if you're from LA, you know that. You feel that. One of the things now, here it is, we're about 11 months later after the January fires. And what have we seen in terms of the recovery? And at Climate Resolve, we really care about helping people so that they don't have to experience this in the future, and those who have experienced it, that we're providing them the tools to recover. We found that there's been a decided lack of leadership. And I've talked to folks who have been part of other disasters in the past, and they say that there's a common thread, that there's a strong leadership that is driving the recovery. Let's say in Katrina, they had a really strong authority. In New York, they also had, after their superstorm Sandy, they also had a strong authority that helped them recover. There has not been a similar event of authority here in the Los Angeles area. There's been political infighting and throwing of shoulders and elbows and just saying that, no, I don't want to establish authority because that'll only boomerang back on me and my political power. And so there's been this, not a lack of political leadership, but a subverting of the answer of creating an authority to help people recovery. And so if it's left to the market for people to recover, the people who have the least suffer the most. And that's what we're seeing right now. So our first recommendation is to establish an authority that have like community redevelopment agency powers to buy, to aggregate land, to group people together, to drive down prices on the rebuilding. There's so many things that have to happen to help people in that recovery, but it won't happen until people are given the powers to do it. The second essential thing in preventing it happening the next time is having some money to help people prevent it from happening the next time. And that means that we have to find a revenue measure. And I think everyone in this room is familiar with the great revenue measures that Metro and others have pulled together to really enhance our public transit. Our organization is very much part of the Measure M campaign. We need something similar on resilience. And it needs to be throughout Los Angeles County so that people in Santa Fe Springs see themselves as needing this resilience help, and that help is coming. And that could be from extreme heat events, it could be from seismic events, it could be for emotional duress. But we have to provide services throughout the county so that people can become more resilient. We also need to help people who only have enough money to rebuild to the lowest building standard, which is what people are thinking about. What's the cheapest I can do it? And then to get them to the highest standard. So there's a role for philanthropy to help people in that last increment. And what we discovered, it's only 3% of the total building cost to take it from it'll burn down again in the future to it's resilient in the future. 3%. But if people don't have it, they don't have it. But it's I think our goal to help them get there. I think another thing that really broke down was communications. There's so many stories of fire trucks sitting at the end of the block, not knowing they have permission to go in and fight those fires. The communication broke down. The other big piece is that the alerts did not go out. And so there weren't people being told that they had to evacuate. And then the last thing is that we have to show people models. people don't quite grasp what a resilient home looks like. They don't quite grasp that it can be beautiful, that you can have something called zone zero, which is to keep vegetative matter 5 feet away from the actual physical structure of the building. And it can be lovely, and it can be strong, and it can be inviting and of human scale. We need to provide those micro examples to drive the macro public policy. So on the fire front, we think that's really important. The intersection with transit, I think, is a really interesting one. The effects of wildfire smoke, and if you're from LA, you know that you've been through this, have had not only a strong health impact, but it ends up having an impact on mental health. There have been really interesting studies that show that if you're breathing in this stuff every day, it could really have an impact. And as people are outside taking public transit, it's the nature of public transit is that it's public. To have better skills when it comes to wildfire smoke, and that we need to look at that intersection of these impacts of climate change on heat, and I think you'll be hearing from Iona on this, but at the same time on wildfires as well.
Yeah, wow. I think this is a great segue to you, Iona, because taking the smart surfaces and getting the real life examples, but also thinking about equity and applicability. Can you talk a little bit about what you're working on and how we can make it accessible to as many people as possible?
Yeah, so the Smart Surfaces Coalition, we try to challenge the status quo of choosing the lowest first cost surfaces, which tends to be asphalt or concrete. And we primarily do this through data-driven decision-making, cost-benefit analysis to try to quantify all of the additional co-benefits associated with choosing resilient surfaces. So green infrastructure, for example, quantifying the maintenance, the avoided stormwater runoff, the avoided conventional surface infrastructure, improvements in air quality, reduction or heat mitigation and related health impacts, both from air quality as well as avoided attributable heat-related mortality. We currently have a program, that's our Cities for Smart Surfaces program, where we're working with 10 US cities, and we're providing local city-specific data that a lot of city policymakers and decision makers have not had access to before. We start with very high-resolution mapping of current surface infrastructure, which helps cities baseline what their current conditions are and understand what is in their portfolio and where the opportunities are for change to make the cities more livable and less prone to flooding and more resilient to heat waves. We also conduct micrometeorological modeling of the cities so that cities can understand where the hot spots are concentrated, as well as modeling of the cooling potential if smart surfaces were to be adopted citywide, so you can see where the cool spots would be as well. This helps with project prioritization, and it helps drive policy and programs forward as well. I want to highlight just a few examples that have come out of that Cities for Smart Surfaces program. One with the city of Jacksonville. Our main point of contact there is a bicycle pedestrian coordinator who is tasked with spearheading the city's new Vision Zero action plan. And so we talked a lot about the benefits of smart surfaces for traffic safety. We talked about how green stormwater infrastructure and curb bump outs or protected lanes where you have a median with green infrastructure, or even roundabouts or traffic circles, traffic calming circles that have green infrastructure are cost-effective ways to improve traffic safety while mitigating extreme heat, improving air quality, managing stormwater runoff, all of these things. And also visual and textural changes as well. There's cool pavement products that come in a variety of bold colors that can be used for crosswalks, intersections, special use lanes that give a visual cue to drivers. or textural changes if you were using some sort of permeable paving materials that are rated for heavy traffic. Yeah, and so given all of these co-benefits with smart surfaces and traffic safety, the City of Jacksonville published the first Vision Zero action plan that recognizes smart surfaces for these benefits, and they're committed to incorporating these into new infrastructure projects. I also want to highlight the City of Boston, who is leading in a lot of green infrastructure and transportation strategies by deploying green roofs on transit stops and incorporating green infrastructure into the public right-of-way. And another interesting case study from a city that we don't work with directly, but we've engaged with here and there, New York City. They have a really interesting policy that I think is a best practice, where when utility companies are installing new mains underneath the sidewalk, they leave a 6-foot space with no utility infrastructure that they call a green lane, so that the cities can easily go back into that area and install green infrastructure without worrying about conflicting with utility infrastructure. Just a few other programs that I want to highlight for the Smart Surfaces Coalition. We also convened the Cool Roadways Partnership, which is a forum of over 60 municipalities that meet regularly to talk about their experience deploying cool pavement solutions. We highlight case studies. We have researchers on the call that talk about the impacts on human thermal comfort and pavement maintenance. And then lastly, I want to highlight work that we've done with the San Francisco International Airport, where we conducted a modeling study to assess what the cooling potential would be if they were to implement campus-wide cool surfaces and how that would impact outdoor worker productivity. And we found that even in a moderate climate like San Francisco, campus-wide cool surfaces can increase outdoor worker productivity and reduce peak summer temperatures on the order of 4 degrees Fahrenheit during the summer.
Wow, that's amazing. And you have this all on your website. How do people find more information about what you are talking about today?
Yeah, definitely on our website, smartsurfacescoalition.org. We're starting to wrap up our 3-year program with our initial 10-city cohort for the Cities for Smart Surfaces initiative. So we've made media pushes locally, and we're getting a lot of pickup on the work that we're doing with each of these cities and how we're supporting their local efforts, because our work in each of these 10 cities looks quite different. A lot of it is just figuring out how we can incorporate these ideas into existing projects, plans, programs, seeing if there's opportunities to implement new policy. So yeah, it looks different for each city, and yeah, lots of information on our website and on our social media accounts as well.
Wow, well, Michael, so let's talk about clean travel zones, because now we've talked about impacts on health, impacts on our hot surfaces, but if we're traveling above the surface, if we're traveling, and you've been implementing aerial transit around the world, can you talk a little bit about your experience there and what aerial transit can do to reverse some of the issues related to climate change and help people travel through some of these hot climates more comfortably?
Sure. Well, I mean, for starters, our technology is all electrically powered, right? So, and it's been that way for a long time, right? Our technology is well established across the world, and you know is zero emissions, and it's proven its way over 100 years. And you know what we found is in a lot of these cities that have embraced the urban gondola. It's allowed them to eliminate trips via microbuses and other crowded road-based stuck in traffic modes with an enjoyable, safe, and equitable transit solution. So, you know, for instance, in in Mexico City, they've connected underserved communities into the wider transit network. You know, one of the things that we really focus on is becoming a feeder into these existing transit networks to take these underserved communities and allow those people access to the full breadth of the transit systems. And so Mexico City's been quite aggressive. They've made a great amount of progress, and just today there's another bid opening on a cable bus 5. So they've embraced it. This all started in about 10 years ago. And they're really, they're moving quite fast, right? So the first system was about a year in planning and another 18 months in implementation, and the, you know, the communities were already benefiting from that, right? So I think the other thing that we try to bring to the table here is an enjoyable mode of transit that draws people in, right? We see this all over. For instance, we operate in New York City, the Roosevelt Island Tram, and one of the biggest challenges they have right now is it's become an Instagram hotspot, right? So people go there just to get their picture taken riding the tram, right? So, you know, there's some ridership challenges with that, but I think it speaks to the way it draws riders to the mode.
Can you talk a little bit about gondolas and Olympics, like Rio or London, and what that meant for new kinds of transportation, especially when there were Paralympics involved, and so you had real great service for people with disabilities and seniors and children, vulnerable populations.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, all of our systems are designed to be compliant with people with mobility challenges, and they, you know, it's all, these days, it's all level floor walk-in. You know, we have systems that stop and start to allow loading, even in a continuously circulating system. So there's, you know, there's lots of ways we can implement from a technical standpoint, there's lots of options we can implement to help those underserved folks, you know, have a nice, easy way to get around.
Wonderful. So, Iona, let's talk about some innovative and emerging technologies that you feel most positive about for our future. What's on your mind is like, this is really starting to break through some barriers?
Yeah, there's certainly a few that come to mind. Firstly, a material called passive radiative cooling films. This is not commercially available yet, as far as I know, but it's being piloted in the city of Phoenix and tested by ASU. And this is a great material for transit stops, like a roof covering for transit stops that is highly emissive as well as highly reflective. So it can actually cool below ambient temperatures 24/7 without any energy input, just due to its reflective and emissive properties. In some pilot testing with ASU, they put this on a park Ramada shelter, and they found that the mean radiant temperature, which is a thermal comfort metric that better describes what humans feel underneath, was reduced by over 5 degrees Fahrenheit underneath this film. So a great solution for City of Phoenix transit riders, especially given the fact that it's you know, probably still in the 80s, and I'm from Phoenix, so yeah, that would make a big difference for transit riders. Another technology on the pavement side is photocatalytic pavement treatments. This falls under the umbrella of cool pavement, but instead of just being a reflective coating, this is a spray-applied coating that can seep into the asphalt and dries clear, but it embeds nanoparticles of titanium dioxide. And the titanium dioxide, when sunlight hits it, it is able to, it becomes photocatalytically active, and I know I'm using a lot of big words, so bear with me, but the titanium dioxide is able to convert that solar energy into a chemical process, and it actually sequesters NOx emissions from vehicles, VOCs, as well as microplastics from brake pads and tires. So this material serves as both a pavement maintenance strategy by rejuvenating asphalt, as well as a cool pavement technology that can counter the urban heat island effect and improve air quality in cities. This is being widely used by Charleston County in South Carolina, just for one example, and their early testing has shown NOx emissions reductions on the order of 39%, and most microplastic debris being mitigated, as well as high emissivity. One of the last technology that I want to highlight is a permeable paving strategy called permeable articulating concrete blocks. These are about 5 inches thick, and they have an interlocking system that allows for open joints, so there's very high infiltration rates, so it's great for stormwater runoff in cities that have a lot of precipitation. And this interlocking design also allows for ease of removing individual blocks to access utilities underneath, and then simple replacement without having to rip up concrete and create new material. So it's a great option. These permeable articulating concrete blocks, or PACBs, are also rated for heavy traffic as well. So they can be used with garbage trucks and ambulances and all of that.
I bet you didn't think we would need a glossary for our panel today, but between soul-nostalgia and all the other great words, we're going to come up with a glossary and send it out. I love it. Jonathan, I think you raised a great point about resiliency and funding, because I think in order to deliver a lot of what we're talking about that is very effective in encouraging people to get out of their air-conditioned vehicles and commit to being an active transportation and first last mile, what are the kinds of things that you would like to see a resiliency measure deliver? And what has Climate Resolve really thought about in terms of making that a ubiquitous and affordable opportunity to really apply a lot of the things that Iona was just talking about and that you've been advocating for a very long time?
Our organization was working in Canoga Park to try to find ways to help transit commuters to stay cool. And if you know Canoga Park, it's in the West San Fernando Valley, it gets very warm there. But to be in shade for a mile surrounding the transit station. And that project wasn't funded. We did the public engagement, we talked to the local businesses about putting awnings out over the sidewalks, we engaged on tree planting along the way, but it didn't have the funding. And so that's the nub of it when it comes to resilience. Have we successfully made the case that people would be willing to tax themselves to be able to be safer in the future? And this is a source of a lot of debate in the resilience community. There's talk about the avoiding anticipated losses. But it's very difficult to convince someone that they should invest to avoid a loss. You're proving a negative. And when it comes, I grasp the concept, sign me up, I get it. But it doesn't poll well. And so you need instead to talk about the benefits of the intervention, whatever it might be. And to prove that that intervention will yield a number of benefits for the folks that would be paying for it. And that takes a lot of work. It takes polling, it takes focus groups, it takes people who are good with creating messages. It takes that iterative process over the course of months, if not years, to come up with a pithy way of having that value proposition for folks, that they'd be willing to take that added step. I think there have been some initiatives in Los Angeles County that have successfully made that case. There's a stormwater initiative, Measure W. Again, it took years of walking people through the science. There is a parks measure that it also took years of iterative dialogue with the public. And I would even say, you know, with measures R and M, that they also had that kind of sense of what would it take for everyone to kind of be happy with the transportation measure so that they'd be willing to vote for it. You kind of want to avoid the Christmas tree if everyone gets something, but maybe you can avoid it to some extent on a revenue measure. So as I referenced before, how do you make like a little town of Santa Fe Springs feel like they're not being taxed to protect Beverly Hills from a fire? Like, if you're living in Santa Fe Springs, do you feel like paying a tax to protect Beverly Hills? No, you don't. Most rich guys should take care of themselves, or Brentwood, or, you know, Bel Air. You don't want to do that. So how do you make the concept of resilience something that is indeed universal? And I think that comes from there being a process, for want of a better term, of engaging with the public, and you need to get to 50+1 to put it into law, but even you want it better than 50+1. You want people to see that this investment will yield a benefit for them, for their families, for their communities. So our organization is currently pursuing this crazy idea of creating an LA County Climate Resilience District. And it will take that kind of engagement so that if we have a 1/4-cent sales tax in Los Angeles County, it could yield somewhere between $600 and $700 million a year. It's significant. But it's also spread out against the most populous county in the United States. And you need to deal with things like atmospheric rain events, atmospheric river events that dump so much water that we have floods in Los Angeles County. And the best way to stop those floods is to remove the debris from our debris basins. And that means, you know, bulldozers putting dirt in the back of, you know, trucks that then haul it away for use somewhere else. But that's a lot of money that it takes. And I could see that $700 million disappearing in an instant just to remove the dirt out of the San Gabriel Mountains. It could happen.
One of the things that I love about CoMotion is that there are so many innovative policies and programs that have actually come from discussions like this. So let's consider today as planting that seed, and that's really, really important. And when you were talking about the marriage of sort of health, science, and advocacy, maybe, Mark, you can talk a little bit more about what you're seeing and what's preventable, because I think as you are watching what's happening with my kids have asthma, I have asthma, and just how it's affecting the populace, what would be the kinds of things that you would want to say, and why does that relate to some of the things that you are advocating for, like a gondola system here in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I'll just say, I think Jonathan really nailed it. This is one of the real cruxes of the challenge of combating climate change, is that it's often we're trying to spend money to prevent something negative, as opposed to we're just going to generate this benefit anew from this. We're preventing really serious bad times, but we need to do that. That's how, and we can equate that to our own health. I mean, you have to sort of prevent and take care of your health to move forward. So how do we convince people to do that? It's really challenging, but it leads into why I think that zero-emission transit and the gondola project are important, because they're very visible and they're eye-opening, and we can get people to start to see that there's another way to do this. I don't know exactly the right way, and it's not just gondolas, nothing about gondolas, I love gondolas, and there's lots of things we can figure out, and what Iona was just talking about, these are all kinds of new, innovative ideas, but we need to understand the goals, and we need to convince people that they are worthy of pursuing. And so to me, that's what the gondola is about. There's a new way to travel. It connects, it's safe, it's convenient, it's comfortable, and yet it connects into our public transit system so that we can have more people getting into the public transit system, which is what we need, and then we can build out from there with a vision. And maybe it's a gondola, a different kind of tram, some other kind of transit, and it doesn't even need to be automated transit. We can also build like the festival trail, other ways for people to get around, but we need to think bigger and we need to understand the importance of investing in this now. I'll just add one more thought. How many multi-billion-dollar disasters do we have to endure before we realize, well, maybe we should have just done the green transformation instead of paying to repair all of our infrastructure. And so we got to start thinking more forward, I think.
And I think, Michael, that really goes into your systems and that green transformation. And can you talk a little bit about how when you started and created a system, like what that did for certain cities? Do you have some metrics about the ways that zero emission transportation and just gondola systems have changed health and air quality?
Well, yeah, there are some studies out there that look into this idea of what's the impact of converting these transit systems into something that's not emitting pollution, and like how does that all tie together? I think a lot of that is to your point, Mark, it's really about changing the way people look at these things, right? And thinking anew about how we travel through the world. I think, one of the things I notice is that, here in the United States, we're sort of stuck in these modes, right? That I often say to my colleagues overseas, like we drive and we park, right? Like that's just kind of how we do it, right? So we have to, it's a mind shift, right? And so that's why we love coming to events like CoMotion to just talk about, hey, here's another way that you might be able to connect that, that neighborhood or that spot, or you might be able to take this piece of land that's a bit isolated and stuck and connected into the larger transit system and create a transit-oriented development that changes kind of how you approach things. I mean, Roosevelt Island's a great example of that in and of itself. 1970s, they decided to redevelop it as a residential area. And the tram was kind of the first piece to connect it to Manhattan, right? And it's and it's still there today. I have to say those people are quite passionate about their mode of transit, but it is thinking differently about how we move through the world, and I think that as we see these projects develop, certainly. These cities that are so, oftentimes they're more clogged than we are here in North America, right? Because the infrastructure is just not there. There's so much to be gained by electrifying and getting people out of ground-based vehicles.
Iona, this is really fascinating, and I want to keep working on this with you. When you talked about the green lanes and the opportunities to kind of think about how to just make space for new technologies and greener mobility options, how has that helped with, say, placing electric bikes and some of the things that have been difficult, I would say, in LA County to place, but yet are so beneficial to the environment and so opportune for affordability and just travel on one charge? What are the ways in which you would help us to maybe carve some paths for some of these really smart technologies like we've been talking about, so that we can have these green lanes both on the ground and in the air?
Yeah, I think one of the main solutions is just making sure that you have different departments talking to each other and having this be holistic solution, thinking holistically. Having different departments talk to each other so that you can implement dig once policies, where when you are digging up pavement to deal with utility infrastructure underneath, you are thinking about, okay, how can we make this area better than it was before by putting in new smart surface infrastructure or making space for other modes of transportation, making a dedicated bike lane and deciding to coat that piece of asphalt that is being used for a bike lane with a reflective material to reduce heat gain. Or like I mentioned before, having some sort of lane protection with green infrastructure. So I think a lot of it is just getting departments to talk to each other and also relying on science and data to help make decisions and tell the stories, so that you can get both the public on board as well as all stakeholders across different city agencies, for example.
Wow, and Mark, that's great, because how can we change people's mindsets? And I think Jonathan's talked about this. How do we start putting into people's thinking about the fact that we're not just talking about mobility amenities, but we're actually talking about investments in our longevity and investments in like community health, because air quality doesn't remain in city boundaries. You've been eloquent about what we should be putting into our thinking about the positive effects of investing in this. What are some things you'd like to leave this audience with before we go?
I guess I'll say, I think people really feel the difference. And once it gets going, they'll get addicted to that lifestyle. So if you have a situation where you could bike to a tram stop and get to work, and it got you close enough to where you could go, and it wasn't so hot and sweaty, or you had an electric, there's so many different things that we could do, but to make our cities planned in a way that we can get to and from the places we want to go without having to get in our car and burn some gas. That's really the difference. And again, people who start to get into that lifestyle, they really, really enjoy it. It feels good, and they see the benefits, they feel them as they're doing it. But it is tricky to get people to think forward. I have a thing that I tell people, which is, people who smoke, I say, listen, most people quit smoking after they have the heart attack. You could be really smart and do it before the heart attack. But not everybody thinks that way, but we need to in this case. The stakes are just too high to just ignore it until we're already, as we have, in this situation where the harm is happening now. We need to think more proactively.
And you're an avid cyclist yourself, and you practice all of this as well.
And it feels good.
Mike, can you say some of the same things of what would you leave us with in terms of the thought about why investing in these kinds of mobility options really makes a difference and can make a difference to us societally?
Well, I think that what we look at our technology as is the expansion of the existing systems, right? So many of these, so many cities have these systems that are, perhaps underutilized or don't get quite as far as people want to go, or maybe slightly less convenient or whatever. And so, in a way that is enjoyable and fast to market and relative to other transit investments, quite affordable, we can expand the footprint of the existing transit systems.
That's great. And Jonathan, I'm going to give you the last word before we go to questions, because this is something you've been thinking about for decades and doing such great, groundbreaking work. What should we be thinking about in terms of leaving here and talking to people about why we should be investing in resilience today?
So, I have the word solastalgia. I have a better word now. It's called Vegematic. But wait, there's more. No, but wait, there's more. So the cool surfaces not only make the area cooler, but it also sends solar radiation, sunlight, right back into space. What's the problem with climate change? It's the aggregation of energy that is being rebounded back to Earth, absorbed by the oceans, some by land, but it's that aggregation of energy that is now fueling worse and worse weather events. That's the dynamic of climate change. What we can do in our built environment, and I'm not recommending geoengineering or anything like that, but we have a program at Climate Resolve called Shine On. You can check it out. It's not called Vegomatic, it's called Shine On. And it is, but wait, there's more. Moment, because these cool surfaces also get at the heart of the global warming that we've been experiencing, and it could in some way curtail that. The Bill Nye video, thank you for bringing that up, Hillary. One of the studies that he cites is that if 80% of the United States, 80% of our roofs and 80% of our roads, roofs and roads, became 20% more reflective. 80% roofs and roads become 20% more reflective. It's somewhere between 10 to 12 years of total US greenhouse gas emissions. And so at scale, this could be a significant answer to one of our leading problems that we have right now. So that's my final word.
Wow. Well, we have time for a couple of questions, so please make them actual questions, and because we really want to have 2 or 3 if we can fit them in. So, anyone want to ask? Yes.
Okay, thank you. A couple of quick comments which you can respond to. One of the issues related to changing the agenda is much broader, I think, than trying to sell climate resiliency, and that is credibility of government at this time. And I'm wondering how you look at that, because I think when you talked about the Christmas list, the way that those measures got passed was because they had very specific items that money went to, because people didn't trust their electeds to be smart and to spend more money yet. Second issue on the gondola, just for people who aren't here, who don't live here, that is being also contested by environmental groups in a large coalition. It is not being embraced universally. And lastly, when we look at cooling technologies and trees, no one really mentioned trees. I know we're facing many challenges with housing, and we're killing a lot of our urban forests in the hunt for more density. How are you looking at the impact of that versus these cooling technologies, and how do they relate?
Okay.
At the end.
Answer any of those 3 that you'd like.
Polling reveals that you're absolutely correct. Right now, there is deep distrust of elected officials to be able to deliver on what they say they will deliver. It is revealed in polling, and you're right. There has to be built into any kind of resilience measure an accountability and a transparency in terms of how those funds are going to be applied. And I completely agree with you on that matter. On the gondola matter, I profoundly disagree. And it reduces greenhouse gas emissions, it reduces air pollution by taking cars off the road. It provides an exciting alternative for people to get around the city. Once they experience public transit through the gondola, they're much more apt to take public transit into the future. So our environmental organization is a full-throated supporter of this exciting measure. And just because some groups may have received funding from opponents and therefore oppose the project, I would encourage people to think independently and analytically on their own, to look at the facts and come to their own conclusions.
I'd like to touch on the trees. Trees are incredibly important. Shade is very important. Trees offer more than shade because they actually cool the environment through transpiration, which is like perspiration that we do. But they don't necessarily belong everywhere. They take time to grow, they take maintenance and care, and they take space. And so I think LA is being really thoughtful about some places could benefit from trees, some places could benefit from cool pavements. Some places may have room for both, but it's not just one answer. And so yeah, trees are incredibly important. We need to keep supporting them, but we do need to be thoughtful about the right strategy for the right location and the right time.
Fantastic. We have time for one more one-part question. Please.
Can you share more about some of like the quick wins in this space? Like what are the immediate strategies, things we could be doing in the next, let's say, 2 to 5 years?
Build the gondola.
One project that we did is in the neighborhood of Pacoima. Do you know where that is? It's in the San Fernando Valley in the eastern quadrant of the valley. And we came in with a company that wanted to share its technology to sort of demonstrate it. So they contributed all their material. And the company is GAF. And so we did a 10-block area with this product called DuraShield. And then we did another area, which was the control area. And we were able to work with a researcher. His name is Haider Taha, who is the guy behind the state of California's Urban Heat Island Index, the same researcher. And we did measurements through weather stations in the control area and in the treated area. We then had instruments off the side of an electric golf cart that drove, did like dozens of surveys at all times of day and night, all times of year, many data points, thousands, hundreds of thousands of data points. And what we found is that on extreme heat days, the treated roadway was significantly cooler, but the air above it was 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit cooler in the treated area versus the control area. So that is something that a city official could do to cool down their city right away, is to deploy these materials that will help people cool down. And it has the added bonus of sending solar energy into space. It can happen like that.
Yeah. I'm going to let all of you answer this. So Mike, how about you? Quick wins, big wins.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned Mexico City earlier, and they're opening the bids today for Line 5. So, you know, in 8 years, you know, they built 4 gondola systems. You know, these are, you know, we're convinced that if we can get, you know, back to the elected officials piece, if we can get some of these to take hold here in North America, that, you know, the politicians will see the benefit of being able to do implement a project, plan and implement a project in less than 1 term.
Nice. Iona?
I would say that connecting cities with local organizations that are already looking to implement a lot of these strategies in their communities, but might need a bit more direction or resources in order to make it happen. But if we're able to make those connections, then those can be some quick wins. I also just wanted to add on to the cool pavement. Something that we didn't touch on was the fact that cool pavement can also prevent asphalt burns, which we saw a lot of in the city of Phoenix this past summer and most summers. If people fall and they struggle to get up, they can burn themselves very quickly, and I just wanted to highlight that benefit that we haven't touched on yet.
Yeah, I guess I see it as more holistic than each individual item, and they all work together. I mean, simple things like educating the public on heat illness, cooling centers, heat plans, delivery of water. I mean, there's so many little things that can be done, but obviously the big things have a real impact. But again, we're back into that where we're preventing bad things from happening, and people really need to understand the value of cooling a whole area. And, you know, for instance, the project's terrific, it's 3.5 degrees, but I bet when we add a bunch of shade trees on those same trees, we're probably talking about 7 degrees difference. And so they're additive. We need to kind of keep at it and keep doing all of these little projects because they work. Every time we electrify a system, every time we move some cars off the road, even just one short trip to gondola can make a big difference. They all add up.
Please join me in thanking this extraordinary panel. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hillary.
Folks, thank you guys so much. We do encourage you to have a quick break, but please do come back. We have some exciting programming left in the day. I'm in South Florida and really looking forward to cooler temperatures, gondolas, etc. Hope you all see you in a little bit. Make sure to come back for our closing panel. Thank you.
Okay.
I know I hate them and I look.
I can tell you pedestrian versus MVA is very common in downtown LA, and there's lots of those. So I don't know the data, but I don't doubt it.
LA City with Vision Zero has high-end connected streets. They have a perfect plan to do digital advertisements around. So my husband, who is not so long ago retired yard dog, used to refer to them as killboards. But there doesn't seem to be very many billboards, and in fact,
I've never heard anybody mention it, to be honest.
really.
Really, this is the first.
Happy to send you the compendium study.
Oh, I believe it. No, that, as soon as you said it, it's totally believable.
It's
Yeah, I mean, that's what I work at the trauma center in California. That's where we see people
cities
getting hit by cars all day long.
The outdoor advertisers know exactly when cities need money, and they come in and say, we'll give you 50% share of ad revenues after expenses. Just let us put up some signs, and Caltrans
So we're
is
just
not
gonna meet out there?
enforcing
Yeah,
the
they're meeting out here.
Act, which would maintain distance on roadways and all that.
Yeah,
It
you can
should
see how
be
that would be a
something-
worthy endeavor.
Well, we've sued cities, we've sued Metro. They want the money, but there needs to be some kind of attention paid to the impact on roadways and the fact that drivers already are distracted enough. So I
They
don't know if any
certainly are.
ER groups are interested.
I haven't heard much attention to it, but I'm happy to try to inquire a bit.
Okay, thank you.
behind everybody. It's like, we need to step up. We think we're a first world country. Not so much. Well, nice to meet you, Fred.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Thanks for saying hi.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Even if I have to go up to Phoenix to do it. Really, seriously.
I love the integration of science and practicality.
the best spot in the house over there in that corner.
That's right.
I love it.
I need to plug my ancient tablet, 2017.
It's gonna be a similar setup for this one, that podium and 4 seats.
Okay.
Just like this.
So you guys have like the 5 seats?
Just some moderators like to stand and some like to sit, so I leave it up to them.
Okay.
And we've got this one.
This is going to be 1 hour.
On the best day. That was Sam, that was one Sam, and then we have another Sam who was here earlier.
Martinez is our consultant, and then Track is on the campaigns team. But that lady's name is not really. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's her.
We have a different Sam, yeah, that's okay, it's two Sams we do have to.
the brave who has stayed behind. All right, we're gonna get started here in just a moment, guys. Thank you. We've got the Horizons, Advancing Zero Emissions Mobility on Rails, Roads, and Beyond. Actually, a really interesting conversation. I'm glad you stuck around. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. We're making a couple announcements outside, and we'll be starting in just a minute. Thank you. All right, without further ado, guys, like I said, an exciting discussion now, Horizons Advancing Zero Emission Mobility on Rails, Roads, and Beyond. I want to welcome our esteemed panel and Matt Dickinson, our moderator. Big round of applause. Let's go, guys.
Yeah! All right. It's a lot more fancy than I expected.
We've gone the wrong way here.
How's everybody doing? Good? You ready for that open bar to happen?
Hang on, who said there was an open bar?
That's what I heard. All right, so this panel, as you know, is there. So we're talking about hydrogen. It's rapidly emerging as a game changer in the race to decarbonize transportation. From regional rail to last mile delivery, this panel highlights groundbreaking projects, including North America's first hydrogen fuel cell battery train, the ZEMU, not to be confused with the Zima, and the latest advances in hydrogen-powered fleets, zero emission delivery and supporting infrastructure. Experts from public agencies, industry, and engineering will share how they're scaling hydrogen solutions across freight, rail, and transit to cut emissions and strengthen energy resilience. My name is Matt Dickinson. I currently serve as the Sustainability Director at Phoenix Marine Services, one of the largest container terminals in the Port of LA. My work focuses on developing strategies to deliver energy resilience, zero emissions, and commercial scale hydrogen integration across one of the most complex logistic environments in North America. I've had the privilege to work with many of the agencies and innovators represented on the stage, and it's exciting to see how hydrogen is now moving beyond pilots and into real-world operations. As of September 2025, Southern California became home to North America's first hydrogen fuel cell battery train, the ZEMU, which is now engaged in actual revenue operations, so that's fantastic. Transforming freight rail transit and last mile delivery, what it takes to scale them responsibly and economically. We've got an incredible lineup here, leaders from public agencies, industry, and engineering, each tackling a different piece of the zero emissions puzzle. So let's jump right in and meet our panel. Start with, that's me. Carrie Schindler, Executive Director, San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Carrie leads SBCTA's major transit and rail initiatives, including the launch of the ZEMU hydrogen fuel cell battery train, the first of its kind in North America. She's recognized for her hands-on leadership in sustainable transportation, innovation, and public sector project delivery. Next is Mia Wang, Assistant Deputy Executive Officer of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. With over 25 years at South Coast AQMD, May drives regional innovation through incentive funding, technology demonstrations, and infrastructure programs for zero and near zero emissions heavy-duty vehicles, locomotives, and marine craft. Dr. Ben Habik. General Manager, Commercial Vehicles and Hydrogen, Hyundai Motor North America. Dr. Habik oversees Hyundai's commercial vehicle and hydrogen initiatives across North America, integrating OEM research, production, and commercialization. He previously led Hyundai's fuel cell truck programs in Korea and brings deep technical and market insights. And last, but certainly not least, is Brianne Overton, Principal Project Manager at Mott MacDonald. Brianne specializes in transportation infrastructure planning, design, and implementation with expertise in zero and low emissions rail and bus systems. She's led complex multi-agency infrastructure projects across North America, focusing on the intersection of engineering, operations, and sustainability. Brianne led the hydrogen infrastructure for the first
For the Zima, yeah.
for the Zima, the SBCTA Zima project, and is currently supporting other California agencies, including Caltrans, NCTD, in their efforts to implement hydrogen rail. So we're going to get into some questions. You guys ready?
Yep.
Before we get into questions, if there's something that you want to ask, we'll save time for questions at the end, but if there's something that you want to lose your train of thought on or something like that, you feel it's important, we can ask, work it in, all right? So keep that in mind. All right, we'll start with Carrie. What surprised you most during your journey from concept to revenue service for the Zima train?
Yeah, so what surprised?
Okay, there we go. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us here. So I'm very proud and passionate about the Zero Emission Multiple Unit project and initiative. What surprised me most about it is, as the concept was formed, how simple it was, but how transformative it was. And I don't use transformative a lot. It's not one of my buzzwords. But we seem to find just this sweet spot of an opportunity, and then we harnessed a lot of energy and a lot of resources. We partnered with the state to bring it to fruition. And so how that happened is, there was a project in the works to extend Metrolink from San Bernardino, the LA Union Station, San Bernardino Run, to extend it to Redlands. It had been in the works since I was in middle school, if you can believe it. And so I was working on that as director of transit and rail, and we recognized through the environmental process, the citizens did not want the retired Metrolink locomotive hauled coaches. That had been the plan. It was cost effective. They did not want it. They spoke out and they said, we can do better. And so we ended up pursuing what are called diesel multiple units. They're used more often in Europe. There are two passenger cars on either end, or maybe more, and a power pack in the middle, and that power pack is a diesel engine acting as a generator, powering electric motors at the wheels. That's what started this whole concept. Couple that with San Bernardino County is gorgeous. We have a lot of wildlands. We have beautiful mountains, but we are west of here, and the way the weather pattern works is we get a lot of the pollution comes our way and gets stuck at those mountains. So it's something that we are very focused on as the Transportation Authority, is looking at all opportunities we have as we develop more traditional transportation projects, is how do we improve air quality in our area. We shopped the idea around heavily for a couple years, looking for money from my partner here, South Coast AQMD, CARB, and finally CalSTA, the California State Transportation Agency, really became a great partner to us, provided us a large grant to get going, harnessed, brought together the right technical experts and moved forward. What's key in here is that we want to do projects and advance transportation in a clean way. If we wanted to electrify the Metrolink San Bernardino line, so it's a 60-mile line, it would cost $12 billion in today's dollars. Metrolink is funded through 5 member agencies, and every year we bicker and we work hard to figure out how to fund their basic service needs and their basic state of good repair needs. So the idea that we would wait until we had $12 billion and we could electrify that entire line just wasn't as viable as focusing on the vehicle, containing it within the vehicle, in addition to modifications to a maintenance facility and getting hydrogen fueling and supply set up. But if we contained it to the vehicle, we could advance this concept much quicker. So simple,
but transformative. And I will just add one thing is the Federal Railroad Administration, I thought they were going to be our biggest obstacle. That's our regulatory entity. They became one of our biggest cheerleaders, I would say, and was a great partner the whole way.
That's encouraging. Thank you. Next, we move on to you, May. How does South Coast Air Quality Management District balance innovation, risk with accountability to the public?
So as a regulatory agency, we are responsible to improve air qualities and protect the health of 17 million people here in the Los Angeles, Orange County, San Bernardino, and Riverside. So we treat every dollar that we have very importantly. So we basically invest money looking at the technologies out there, and we build our portfolio to have a very broad range of experience, and we look at the technology. We will incentivize the development of technology when they have a, the technology readiness level, we call TRL level, between 3 to 8, and we usually are more focused on the technology. They have a higher TRL level to make sure that we have a higher success rate. And then we also leverage our dollar with a private and public partnerships. We work with Hyundai on developing hydrogen Class A trucks, and we work with our partner SVCTA on building the infrastructures. And so we try to work with experienced partners, and we monitor our project very closely, and we also be flexible. As long as the goal is accomplished, we want to be as flexible as possible to work with our partners, but at the same time, we also go through the contracting process. We make sure that we incentivize the dollar, but we make sure that we pay for what is delivered. We don't advance payment or anything, but we treat our every dollar very seriously.
Thanks, and I've been the beneficiary of your funding as well, so thank you. Ben, on to you, sir. What lessons from Hyundai's international hydrogen truck deployments apply to the U.S. markets?
Well, first of all, thank you everybody in the audience for being with us at such a late hour, and appreciate for the opportunity to speak to you today. So, in case of Hyundai, we have been deploying fuel cell trucks since 2020, starting in Europe, in Switzerland. Have been running 50 trucks there. Have now about 100 in Germany and 56 in the United States. So I think what we could really take out of these overseas deployments is really data. So we have tons of operational data that is really helping us to improve the performance, the capabilities of the trucks that we have right now on the road. And we also got a lot of very important customer feedback, because you can imagine that it's not as easy to convince drivers to step into a fuel cell truck for the first time. They're used to diesel and CNG. They want to understand what it means to be in a new technology like that. And I can imagine that a train conductor may have similar feelings about it. If it's not an electric train or a diesel train anymore, if it's a fuel cell or hydrogen train, you have to do a lot of education and convincing, and all the data that we gathered over 5 years in Germany and in Switzerland really helped us to bring this technology also to North America. And by the way, we also have trucks running right now in Canada, so it's not just the United States, it's Canada too. And given the environmental policies, maybe Canada is becoming more and more attractive, because I hope that we will get to a point that we will have further regulations helping us, but until then, we have to chip away.
Yeah, we're on our own. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I dealt with a little bit of that with rolling out the first hydrogen machine to the union environment. We had to work a lot with the operators and do a lot of training and workforce development, so it resonates with me. Brianne, what do you see as the biggest engineering and permitting challenges for zero emissions infrastructure?
Good question. I feel like I could take the whole panel talking about this, but I'll keep it brief and break it into kind of two parts, the battery electric side and the hydrogen vehicle side. And
I think on the hydrogen fleet side, what's been great is we've really seen the vehicle technology advance and demonstrate and be successful. So, we see battery electric bus fleets and fuel cell fleets, and their performance has really been kind of tested and demonstrated with SBCTA as well. That technology on the rail side is there. What I think the engineering focus now needs to be is on the supply side and on the infrastructure side. I'm sure that's been a theme in a lot of the conversations today. On the infrastructure side, it's really the fueling infrastructure, and I think it's a challenge whether you're talking about buses or rail or port vehicles. There's a tremendous amount of inefficiency in the transport of liquid hydrogen that I think a lot of agencies are trying to address. And then just the fueling interface. There's slow fueling, and I think in the bus space it's okay operationally because you're dealing with lower volumes, but when you're talking about 300 kilograms of hydrogen and a tight operational turnaround, you can't be fueling for hours. It's super inefficient. So we need the infrastructure industry to kind of catch up, and we need more players in that space. And on the supply side, I'm sure everybody's aware that supply is starting to emerge, but it's limited. On the battery electric side, I think again, the infrastructure is a little more advanced. We've got really great high capacity charging systems. I think as an agency, you can plan for your fleet, you can plan for your charging systems, you can get ahead of that, order your equipment. But the challenge is you're still at the mercy of the utility provider if you need that service upgrade. And I think we're seeing a lot of challenges just in working with those utility providers to kind of get that new service in place. And so I think that's where that engineering and permitting focus needs to be is, how do we get ahead of the curve on if we need major power upgrades to, maintenance facilities to support large, electric fleets. So those are the ones that stand out for me, but there's a lot, I'm sure. Happy to talk more.
The struggle is real. I think the supply side is really kind of like the long pole in the tent there for a lot of these things. In my boardroom, for example, to add more hydrogen equipment, the first question I get is, where's the hydrogen coming from? And I don't really have a great answer to that. And if I did, the next question would be, how much does it cost? And I have an even worse answer to that question. So, yeah, it's something that it's got to come. We got to build it. All right, Carrie. When you were doing the ZEMU project, how did you manage risk and public perception around the introduction of hydrogen into the railroad environment?
So a couple things we benefited from was the use of alternative fuels, and technology was getting normalized in society as we embarked on this. So many of the fears that were expressed right off the bat, as we kind of vetted and looked at what were our risks, what were people going to think, what were people going to say, just did not materialize. I mean, the concepts of introducing alternatives so that we could have cleaner air was starting to get a lot of traction, and I would say especially in Southern California, and we benefited from that. Second is that the Federal Railroad Administration is known for an extremely high level of safety. It is that is what they are all about. You know it when you go out on a construction site and you're working within their regulatory space. You know it when you go through their training. We brought them in early and we sat down and we said, what do you want to see? What do you think? And they kind of gave us some lessons learned from the freight railroads who had embarked on this and then backed off and embarked and backed off. And we listened and we took it very seriously. We did not limit any resources or put any governors on our consultants or our staff. We said this is the most important thing and go out and do it to the best of your ability. Let us know if you run into challenges that cannot be solved. And then lastly, we brought in independent third party through the California, it was actually the World Hydrogen, you know the name?
Hydrogen Safety Panel.
Hydrogen Safety Panel. We brought them in independently. We gave them strict, guardrails. You're not here to tell us what we want to hear. Tell us what we need to hear, and that is your role and responsibility. And once we got that in place, we had a great sounding board. I would also say that we were fortunate in our entire team believed in the concept, but they also believed that safety was number one. And so it was something from the very start. I just saw this culture of putting that first, consistently in place, never questioned, never circumvented. Real quick on the FRA side, you have to go through a hazard analysis process that is extensive. And so while I talked through some of these concepts and how we brought these partners together and how we set the culture, all of that ended up on paper, all of it, and was vetted through meticulously. Great process, many hours, done much of it during COVID, so early hours for us in America, and late evening hours for those in Europe and in other places, Asia, just working through that matrix and making sure we were doing the best possible thing we could for the situation.
Nice. Sounds like solid leadership to me.
I was going to add that, Carrie, you sort of understated it. Like I feel like the commitment to safety was really paramount, and actually they were successful in winning a Hydrogen Safety Excellence Award last year for the project. So I think it just shows a testament to kind of the underpinning of safety in the program.
Yeah, you empowered your folks, and you brought in regulators early and added them to the conversation as a recipe for success, I think, going forward. Nice work. May, do you have any incentive mechanisms that are proving most effective in your rollout of hydrogen?
Everyone say on the heavy duty side, really diesel has to be, hydrogen has to be as cheap as diesel. But it's just not just the fuel, it's also the equipment. So to scale up, you really have a, couple of pieces of puzzle you need to put together. You need a fuel supply, you need reliable stations, and you need a reliable equipment, and you also have to go through a workforce training to train the fleet operator, and you need a fleet operator's commitment to operate this equipment. So to really scale up our hydrogen technology, we need to know how we incentivize and where we incentivize. Just incentive alone is not going to be enough to scale up the hydrogen to the way that we want. Right. So we really require a lot of collaboration with multiple agencies and OEMs, the OEMs to support to really develop the technology to make sure that there is doable as a diesel, and at the same time we need to invest on the supply chains, how you produce hydrogen from clean energies and enough supply. So scalable, modular approach, we think that will be, and incentivize and also advocate for the policies. We need the policy, we need clean fuel policies to incentivize the fuel suppliers to, in order to scale up. So you really need to multi-faceted approach to incentivize different sectors to really scale up the hydrogen technologies.
Thank you. Now, follow on. You got me thinking about how do you think the best approach is to solve the chicken-egg doom loop we seem to be in right now with the supply-demand side of things? I know, for example, a lot of projects are we won't put a shovel in the ground until we have offtake agreements, and people that would typically sign offtake agreements don't even have the equipment or the idea of what their offtake would even look like. So it's a weird space, and I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that, we are pushing the legislature to really, in California, we kind of have an advantage. Our resident knows that we need the clean technology, we need clean fuel. So, and we do have a big incentive dollar. So at this stage, we have, we're lucky we still have some fundings to move the hydrogen technology forward, but we really need to look at the long runways to train our workforce to be able to service these equipments, so we need to do both. Sure. There's no chicken and egg. We need both.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I will just, the state, and maybe the numbers have improved, but as of a year ago, there was one card permit for hydrogen production in the state of California. So we need to figure out how to solve that problem. because we have hydrogen production in Arizona and we have it in Nevada right adjacent, very close to our borders. So it's just this interesting, it is a chicken and egg, but it's also I think it's a lack of foresight in very strong policies to get us into a zero emission environment, but not maybe the understanding, willingness, or you might know better than me, but why is that? If you have an entire state policy says you're gonna move all your transportation, your buses, your rail was further out, but you're gonna move them all to zero emission, but you can't issue the permits to get the hydrogen production. There's something, the communication's not happening.
Something's not adding up, right?
Yeah, and if I may add to that, so to make it a little bit more interactive maybe. So I think bureaucracy is standing in the way of many good things, and the perfect often is the enemy of the good, right? I mean, it has to be always green and CI minus 250 or whatever. So not very practical in many approaches. So I think we have to overcome these hurdles in order to get something done yet collectively.
I couldn't agree. I could not agree more.
Yeah. How do you feel about I think the green hydrogen piece has been kind of a headwind because the inputs are scarce and expensive, and the subsidies are now gone. So how do you feel about natural gas as a feedstock for hydrogen production? Is that something that anybody is?
I'm all for establishing the supply chain
Yeah.
and the infrastructure and all the processes we need to, because we know where the green hydrogen is the right word, well stock comes from. It's sun and wind. Like when we really want to get green, maybe methane off of landfills, but we need to get the other things in place and then support it by transitioning it to green. And we're still way ahead of where we are.
I love it. Yeah, I agree 100%. All right, Ben. How can OEMs help overcome the infrastructure gap for hydrogen refueling?
Well, it's, I think, pretty easy. We have to bring vehicles, right? I mean, that's what we are supposed to do as equipment manufacturers. But I also think that OEMs have to put a little bit more skin in the game, frankly speaking. I mean, just the expectation that somebody else will take care of everything and build all the infrastructure that we need and produce all the hydrogen molecules that we put into our vehicles is maybe not good enough. Maybe we have to do more. The company that I'm representing, we have a project in Savannah, right next to our so-called Meta plant, where we build all of our electric vehicles. And we are currently building a refueling station there that is fueling 21 trucks, 21 fuel cell trucks that are running our green plant logistics. So that's, I think, a pretty interesting project. And we are using SMR technology because, to be very frank, in Georgia, there's not a lot of support for green and clean. And I hate to say it, but nobody really cares. We want it to be clean. Maybe not green, not yet, but we are working on it. It is a stepwise approach, and everything has to be done at the right point in time. So we started, and we wanted to be as close to diesel from a cost perspective as possible. So we ended up choosing that technology. Because the reality is, somebody has to pay for it, right, for the service. If it's a train transportation, or if it's a truckload that is being transported to somewhere, there has to be the willingness to pay maybe even a slight premium. But what we have encountered, and I'm in this industry now for 15 years, and hydrogen maybe for 8 years, there's almost no willingness to pay extra. Even the big companies that are saying, oh, we are all over sustainability, and we really, sometimes it's more like greenwashing, I have to be very frank. So this is why we have to be realistic and start somewhere, and that somewhere maybe SMR right now. And then in the future, we can also talk about sunshine in the bottle and electrolysis and all of that. So,
I was just going to add too, I think we need to kind of drum up a bit more competition, right? I think we were talking about that earlier. There's not a lot of players in this space right now, and they've sort of got a bit of a monopoly as well. And there's not as much incentive to really drive the innovation there. There's stuff happening, but I think that's the other part of it, is like, it's always the chicken and the egg, but yeah, just kind
Something's
of
gotta
pushing the industry to go a bit further.
Yeah, I agree, and great insights. Same kind of genre vein, we're gonna keep Brand. How can you hedge your bets in today's transit designs to remain flexible for future zero emissions technologies?
So for flexibility, what comes to mind is really being kind of vehicle agnostic. I think with these technologies, what we're seeing is when folks are thinking about their facilities as infrastructure, charging or fueling, they're being quite specific in how they design around that. And I think knowing that these technologies are advancing and knowing that the design of the vehicles might change or your technology that you're using might change, we need to start building infrastructure that provides a bit more flexibility and is resilient to changing fleet types, changing OEM types, and ideally that infrastructure is lasting longer than the vehicles that you're working with in some cases. So I'll give you a specific example, but in the rail space with SBCTA, there was a lot of questions about just put a vent stack over where the hydrogen's going to come out and it'll be fine. And I think taking a step back and saying, well, how do we build this for really like a long period of time, and the hydrogen might not always be in this exact spot on the train. So we need to think holistically about future-proofing these facilities for different types of vehicles. The vehicle weights as well really vary. You can't just design your pits and your vehicle lifts for that specific fleet. So I think it's about bringing someone on board who's going to look at a range of that and also mixed fleet operations, right?
Yeah.
In the bus space, you might have battery electric and fuel cell. So it's about creating that infrastructure that's going to allow you to kind of do both, but not paint yourself into a corner such that when you do purchase new vehicles in the future, you're having to do a whole bunch of expensive retrofits.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, that would be a tough sell, really.
Yeah.
Carrie, how will hydrogen rail integrate with future freight and transit corridors in California?
So I see our initiative with the ZEMU as setting a precedent that you can do it, that it is possible, and that it's definitely a worthwhile endeavor. I also, our partners, Stadler Rail, that was our vehicle manufacturer, they needed to be willing, they needed to know that it was worth it. It was a big risk to them. Their reputation really, that's what they are able to stake their claim on future sales on, right? So we had ourselves, we had great consultants like Ron McDonald backing us up, Metrolink at the table, and really the California State Transportation Agency, CalSTA, was a huge partner. And this was completely done to say this is the blueprint of how you can do it. And it's not a one-size-fits-all. You do need to look at maintenance facility. You do need to look at hazards. Not all trains run on the same terrain. There can be tunnels. There can be other things traveling on those tracks that you need to analyze and look at and address. But I see this as a giant stepping stone to it is viable. Look at the complete cost, what the alternative is, and let's be really honest about where all our energy, like the source, feed source, well source for all our energy is. All energy is going to have hazards. They all need to be addressed. Look at it and address it and move on and choose what's best for that situation. I'm very proud to say in October of 23, I think it was. I always question that year because it was 2 years ago. The state, so I always envisioned we would get this project done, we'd get it deployed, it'd go into revenue service. That happened a couple months ago. We went through extensive testing at a test track in Colorado. So I thought, then the state will go build on the initiative that we've done. But they didn't wait. Once it went through testing in Colorado and they saw how it performed and they saw what we had done, they went out and they entered a contract with Stadler Rail to purchase up to 29 more zero-emission multiple units, or what Stadler likes to call third H2s. So they did that based on when they immediately saw the vehicle perform, and it broke a world record for the longest run on a hydrogen fuel tank. I mean, it outperformed all our projections. And it wasn't done as a prototype, it was done as, this is how you, if you want to keep doing it, let's do the vehicle that you would order 20 of. And so they did that, and they're now on the cusp of starting the actual manufacturing of 10 of those. So I think it just gave the blueprint. We're open, we offer to talk to so many people. We've had North County Transit District come, we have SoCal Gas coming out next week. We want to share our story and what we did and how we did it. We're very proud of it, and we're very practical in what the roadblocks were and challenges still are with hydrogen supply. But that was the goal, set the blueprint, execute on it, and that's what we did. So that's how I see it.
Thanks. I really am looking forward to seeing one of those pull a train out of our rail yard at the port. We're ready to service it with zero emissions equipment. We can launch the first zero emission train out of LA. Awesome. May, when you think about how local agencies are interacting with the various projects, do you feel like they can align better with funding opportunities from LCFS, IRA, and CAP incentives?
Absolutely. I think collaboration is the key. Different pot of money has a different restrictions and different timings. So a lot of time when you're funding a project, they may be waiting for different piece of fundings, and it's going to delay the project. So if all the agencies can sit together and say, hey, the IRA money can only fund certain portions, our incentive dollar can go into stations, the LCFS can go into the production credit. So there's different pieces that the agency will have to work together to make sure that we don't overpay a project, but the project can be fully funded and deployed as timely as possible. So all the agencies really need to work together and be flexible, because the goal is to produce hydrogen and equipment that we use for the hydrogen technology. So I think that collaboration is the key.
Great, thank you for those insights. Ben, we're going to go shift gears a little bit. What does the actual commercialization of hydrogen vehicles look like, and how close are we?
Well, they are there. I'm actually surprised that you think that we aren't there yet. I can speak obviously mostly for the company that I'm representing, but we started developing fuel cells in 1998 as an own product. Like you would put an engine into a passenger car, we developed a fuel cell system that is basically has the envelope of an engine, so it would fit in an engine bay. And we started doing that 25 years ago when I was just entering university, actually. So I'm not taking any credit on that, so that's for sure. But in case of cars, I mean, the first passenger cars came to market in 2013. In our case, that was the Tucson FCEV. Toyota had the Mirai shortly after, so it was almost the same. But Hyundai was a little bit faster, so sorry for the pun, I had to say that. And then in 2018, we brought the Nexo to market, which is the world's best-selling fuel cell electric passenger vehicle with now 45,000 units sold, most of them running in Korea, unfortunately, only 1,500 here in California. But again, quite successful. On the heavy-duty side, some people are arguing we should have started with heavy-duty, because heavy-duty really brings scale. It really, for comparison's sake, a passenger car tank is about 6 kilos of hydrogen, 6 to 7. A commercial vehicle, a truck, is maybe 70. The train is 200. So I would say, if America would use trains more, I said, please bring them everywhere, right? So that would be really awesome. But what I really want to say is we are here. The technology is there, the trucks are there, the cars are there, the trains are here. In case of mileage, we have accumulated more than 12 million miles in Europe alone. So with excellent performance and resiliency, we had no breakdowns whatsoever on the fuel cell side, and that's really I mean, it's a truck and a car, so you have a flat tire, you have mechanical project problems, of course. But from a fuel cell perspective, this is very well developed right now. Also from safety, we get this question quite often, and I really like that you emphasize safety so much. We had a couple of drivers that were saying, oh, I'm not standing next to the truck when it fuels, which is really sad to hear, and I think we have a lot of educational work to do still. Workforce training, yes, educational work. And we have to remove the stigma that hydrogen is still carrying. It is, from our perspective, a fuel like any other fuel. It's a little bit more difficult to handle because of the volumetric, low volumetric energy density. As everybody knows, you have to compress it to very, very high pressure or liquefy it or whatever you want to do. But again, this is all manageable from a technology perspective in 2025. We are there, so please use hydrogen more and adopt as good as you can. Thank you.
Thanks. Brianne, what do you think the best approach to regulatory and code compliance for these emerging technologies, given that regulatory agencies and codes struggle to keep pace with technological advancement?
Yeah, so I think we've kind of touched on this a little bit. For us, it was really about going back to kind of first engineering principles on a lot of our infrastructure programs for ZE, because yeah, if you take a look at a lot of the codes or local codes, they're really not going to address a lot of the hazards. And I think SBCTA was a great example where when we started thinking about the facility and the fueling infrastructure, we took a look at what the codes would have us do to the facility retrofit, and we really, honestly, we didn't feel like it addressed the hazards appropriately. There really weren't written around having that volume of fuel in the space. And so we sort of looked at that as a first step, and then we kind of took a step back and said, okay, well, let's take a hazard-based approach to design. We're going to look at what the introduction of this vehicle does, right? Both hydrogen storage and the batteries, right? And that specific battery chemistry that's being introduced. And then, look at that holistically, and we actually did CFD modeling, we ran a high-rim model, and it was great working with SBCTA because we had sort of the room to do that. And then we had the safety panel on board to bounce ideas off of, and really we were kind of creating the standard. And so, I'll give a specific example, but I think fire suppression was a really interesting one, where, if you just sort of blindly follow the code, you're just increasing your sprinkler system and blasting the facility with water if there's a hydrogen release and fire. And so you sort of stop and think, okay, well, that's not really going to help. So, I think it was about sort of saying, okay, what is the intent of this? What are we trying to achieve? What is the hazard we're trying to mitigate? And so we really were able to develop some great designs, and we deviated from the codes. And then we worked very closely with the authorities early to sort of say, here's what we're seeing, here's what we're doing, here's what the code says, but here's why we think what we are doing is safer. And the permitting was actually quite quick in the end. And so I think that's sort of the recommendation for me is you can't rely on folks just sort of blindly looking at the codes right now. You need to work with a team that's going to kind of look at that holistically, use engineering best practice, look at the hazards and design around that for your specific system, and the hazards that are being introduced, and also your level and your level of exposure and risk that agency is wanting to have, right? And I think as we see things advance, we'll see more standardized approaches to these facilities. But I don't see that coming for a while. And I think if you tour a lot of the facilities that are coming online, there's a lot of differences in how they've approached their maintenance and things like that. So yeah, that's my recommendation.
Appreciate that. Similar headaches at the port. I've got the fire department that's operating off of the 2022 version of NFPA2, which doesn't really help in 2025 a ton. There's a lot of limitations in the older stuff, but turns out it takes a while for that stuff to get pushed through the various organizations and that sort of stuff. And pack your patience, right?
Well, and what was interesting too is you'd think that on the battery electric side things are further along, but the advanced advancement of battery chemistry, right? Like feels like there's new battery chemistries coming out every week.
Mhm.
So I think that was interesting to sort of ask ourselves, well, what are the safety requirements, and does it off gas, or does it go into thermal runaway, or how do we store this thing? So again, just you actually have to go back and look at the manufacturer and understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, the safety piece you brought up earlier was kind of resonated with me. We brought the first hydrogen fuel cell powered top handler to the port environment, and in the early days I would interview every operator after they drove it. And one of the themes that started to emerge that I hadn't necessarily accounted for was the operators were saying that they were less fatigued at the end of a shift. And that is a recurring theme through all the zero emissions equipment we've tested on the terminal, whether it be a yard tractor or a top handler. And I have a hypothesis, so when the equipment proliferates to a level where I can get a good data sample, my hypothesis is we'll see a major reduction in fatigue-related mishaps on the job because of this equipment. And I think it's largely in part because they're not sitting 3 feet away from a 13-liter diesel engine that's vibrating and noisy and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of helpful stuff coming with that.
Matt, I have a very nice story to tell about that, if I may.
Please.
So,
Please.
to lighten the mood here a little bit, and this is a true story, even though it sounds quite made up, but it actually happened. So in Switzerland, again, 50 trucks, and we had 2 accounts from truck drivers that were actually changing their employer to drive in the fuel cell truck. So because they heard it so great, and one of those gentlemen actually told me, Ben, thank you. And I said, why? You saved my marriage. I'm less stressed. I'm not an ass to my wife anymore. And she actually started hugging me again because I'm not smelling of diesel when I come back from the shift. I was like, well, if that's really, there's a human component to it.
Sure.
That's very important.
Yeah.
And it's not just clean and green and whatnot, it also helps the people who are operating the equipment. It should be brought up more.
Yeah, it was really profound to hear that feedback, and a great other data point there. I just recall one individual said, I used to have to take a nap when I got home, in order to give my best to my family. And he said, since I've been driving this machine, I'm good. I can just, it's all good. So, yeah, there's a lot of upside to that sort of stuff, and I hope it accelerates. So we have 14 minutes left, and this is the part where we open it up to questions from the audience, if there is any. And if there isn't, well, I'll just make up some. Go ahead.
Microphone? No, I can speak up.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
So next year, by this time, we're going to have a new governor in the state of California. And the odds are probably a bunch of other new staff as well. So it's a hypothetical question for all of you. If you were in charge of CalSTA starting November, what would be the first policy you would push to help proliferate hydrogen infrastructure and technology in California?
Oh gosh, you guys go first.
I guess I will start. I think we're gonna keep what we have, and the first thing we want to do is we're gonna push zero emissions technologies, but we're not name zero emission technologies. We need innovations. So we really need some breakthrough technology to push out battery electric technology or fuel cell technology. But first thing, we are gonna continue our drive to zero emissions.
I would take, and I gotta be careful here, so I'm not speaking on behalf of my board, because we have other ideas for discretionary funding, but if I was CalSTA and queen for a day, say, I would take a good portion of that discretionary funding out of the recent cap and trade deal, and I would push to have private-public partnership for hydrogen fuel production in it. at least 2 key locations with a phased plan to get it to 0 emission, but not set that as the goal or maybe the obstacle to actually accomplishing it if you set that too early.
Carrie, you sort of stole what I was gonna. I agree completely. I think to go even like one level down too, I think there's a real challenge between you know, the molecule production side of things and then the end user and sort of reaching agreement. To be honest, I think we've seen that in a few projects where it's hard to actually just negotiate the terms and conditions of a fuel supply. So I think if there's some way to kind of get involved in, and I know there's initiatives on this happening, but just really push it forward, but just, you know, standardizing access to fuel supply, and trying to also kind of get that distributed throughout the state in a kind of a more consistent way, obviously the goal being in hydrogen trucks as well. But yeah, I think that's the other piece of the puzzle that's really tough, is even if we increase supply, then there's this challenge of getting that contract agreed between the end user. So that needs to be addressed as well in some way.
But I did say public-private partnerships, so there'd be a public element where we could get those contracts done.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
I like your answer.
I mean, accessibility of cheap fuel, I think, or let's say affordable fuel, I want to use the term cheap, is I think the most important thing we have to focus on collectively. A fleet operator, for example, the first thing he looks at is total cost of ownership. If the fuel cost is double or triple than what it is right now, he will never adopt because he can't afford to. Again, this is what I said earlier, somebody has to pay, right, ultimately. But what I think is important, and we had this in the other discussion earlier in the passenger car group at 2 p.m., if you look at historically what went into battery electric, if we could shift that a little bit more towards hydrogen, that would already help tremendously. Because just a very small portion of funding went to hydrogen so far in comparison. So, and I think you can always argue, oh, it's subsidized, it's no good. With that argument, we would never have gotten to a renewable or natural gas pipeline network that we have today, which came after the oil crisis, right? We would not have nuclear power because hundreds of billions of dollars went into these technologies initially to get them where they are. Hydrogen was always like a little bit like the unwanted child, right? Nobody really cared about it. You can do everything with batteries. Some people claim you can even do deep sea shipping with batteries, which is absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, a little bit more of a fairer look at things and, you know, put up.
Awesome answers, and I agree. Like, yeah, it's in what a time to be alive, right? Who else? You had one, right?
I did a little different though. It might be more technical. Yeah.
All good.
But I guess I was just curious, kind of looking more towards the future of green hydrogen. I'm just curious if everyone could kind of remark on what their vision for, you know, a green hydrogen infrastructure in California might look like. Whether, you know, it's like a desal and a hydrogen hub next to one another, or, you know, what looks the most feasible on later time horizons that we're talking about right now.
Good question.
I mean, we have a lot of desert in San Bernardino County, and I'm a fan of the work that's been done at University of California Irvine Center for Hydrogen Center. And I think they've done a lot of good work looking at the natural resources we have, whether it be sun, wind, hydroelectric, any of those. So I would look at their work and start placing where you need the feedstock production set. But I would love to see it. I would love to see and I don't know the exact location, I'd have to rely on those technical experts, but where is that location where you have wind, you have solar, and you could have a production plant that was close to a transportation network that could disseminate to key population centers.
Anyone else want to go?
Yeah, if I may.
Sure.
So bit pessimistic in the current environment. While I would love to see more electrolytic hydrogen in the marketplace, I know that there are several hurdles for it. I mean, the cost of the electrolyzers, which is high. Then you need solar or wind, ideally, or else you cannot really claim it's green hydrogen. I'm familiar with a couple of projects that have been proposed under the Arches Hydrogen Hub project, which is unfortunately paused for the time being. And they're telling me, well, a lot of those solar panels come out of China, and they're being tariffed extremely high right now. So this has a huge impact. There is only a certain amount of equipment that you can actually get here in the United States. A lot of stuff is being imported, and that is all being affected by the current policies, so for the better or worse. So yeah, I mean, there are very promising technologies being developed right now, including electrolyzers that could use maybe even seawater directly without the need of having like clear water that is basically being removed of any inputs there. So, but this is, I don't know when this will actually come. So, sorry for being a little bit negative here right now, but.
Yeah, I kind of look at it in a couple of time horizons. You know, I've got the right here, right now, where, you know, at a container terminal, I see the value in hydrogen equipment. We tested it, validated it is a solution to the problem. Right now, getting the hydrogen is the big thing we're trying to sort out. And until I can get green or low CI, zero CI hydrogen delivered out of a low pressure pipe on my terminal, I'm considering what it would look like to do on-site production of my own. Because right now I don't need, you know, 50 tons a day. I need probably 10 tons a month. And I can produce that on-site for my test case and, you know, power the equipment, get the data, and then, you know, as the delivery mechanisms mature, because the cost of the molecule at the point of production versus the point of use is always going to be a difficult, you know, until new technology emerges, it's going to be a difficult thing to fix. So that's why we are really looking at the local production until, you know, we get these projects going and get green hydrogen or naturally occurring hydrogen. Any other questions? Okay. We're going to wrap with one going around for the panelists. In one sentence, what's your vision for California's zero emissions mobility landscape in 2035?
We still got 10 years, so 10 years a lot of things can happen, and I think that by that time we have a little more zero emission at that time compared to now.
I hope so. That's the plan.
I envision a clean, connected system that really serves people and communities well. You heard some comments about the effects on the operators and how close they are to it, but that effect they're feeling, like we all kind of feel it, like it spreads out and we all feel it. So a clean, connected transportation system that serves the community and improves air quality.
I think for me, it's just about consistent growth and really seeing, you know, every month, every year, like developments in the technologies, improvements. And then the other part of that is really knowledge sharing. I think this needs to be a space where folks are collaborating, sharing what they're doing, so that, again, there's that consistent way forward instead of having a bunch of agencies sort of trying to do the same thing at once. So yeah, growth and forward pace.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we will have a commodity market by that time, right? Hydrogen being used by everyone, available to everyone, and without the need to enter take-or-pay agreements that may bankrupt eventually. So I think that's where we have to all work together on.
Fantastic. Any last-minute questions? Okay. Well, join me in thanking the panelists for pushing boundaries in clean mobility, and for helping California stay at the forefront of hydrogen innovation. Bar's open.
Oh, yeah. There was a alarm to catch my train back at the office.
I had the mic.
Back in 17. So are you gonna miss it? No, the one that I do every.
I would really like to come out. Congratulations on this project.
Oh,
The bar is
come
not
right
quite
in.
open yet.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was really good conversation. Thank you so much. It's the end of day one. Wow, we made it. And it's been, I think, a tradition now to have Mayor Rex Richardson from Long Beach come and say a few words. And he's, for my money, one of the most interesting, most visionary young politicians in the United States today. As many of you know, he was elected mayor at the end of 2022. He's very young, but he had a very long career on the city council and as vice mayor of Long Beach. But under his leadership over the past few years, Long Beach, this great city to the south here, has launched Elevate 22. It's a really important infrastructure development program tied to the Olympics and long-term mobility transportation and the Grow Long Beach economic strategy, and I'm sure he's going to talk about it. But it aligns advanced manufacturing, particularly in aerospace, with sustainable communities. And he doesn't only focus on big tech, but Mayor Richardson brings a real social justice lens to everything he does in the city, and particularly in housing. And that's affordable housing, I think, is one of his really big signature programs. So join me in welcoming Mayor Richardson to CoMotion.
All right, it's here for John. Thanks so much for having me back here to join you at CoMotion. I like visiting CoMotion because I get to see my friends from throughout my career. Friends obviously from Long Beach, friends from Skag. So I learned so much. Skag in the house. Friends from Skag, learned so much from my time when I was Skag chair in a very difficult time. I mean, a board of like 80 elected officials negotiating housing policy and transportation and housing numbers, all on Zoom during a pandemic while you're attempting to get 6 counties from all across the political spectrum to agree that institutional racism was a public health crisis. Very difficult, very difficult. But we actually got that done. We got near unanimous vote on most of those things. So it's great to be back here at CoMotion LA. This is my 3rd time speaking with you. First time was back during the pandemic. So we were talking about just the way that cities were rethinking the very definition of resilience and how you prepare for resilience. It was no longer about preparing for the big one. It was how do you prepare for a global pandemic? How do you prepare for a shifting economy when people just stop coming to work, or when you've designed your downtowns for office space and it's no longer utilized? So how do we redefine resilience? And then I came back, when I was mayor, I came back and spoke with you, I think it was last year. It was last year. We had a good time, and we really talked about the transition that Long Beach is undergoing, as Long Beach is a city with, our history is largely, a lot of our economic history was made up of either Navy, which when they pulled out, we had to shift to becoming a big port town. And now our big transition is we're a big oil town. For the last 100 years, we sit on top of the biggest oil field in North America, the Wilmington oil field. Those 4 man-made islands they're not tourist resorts, they're not hotels. I know they look like they are. That's actually for oil production as California's moving away and focused on decarbonization. That brings a big question about the transformation of our Long Beach economy. We talked a little bit about that last year and how we have to get ahead of it and lean into a more sustainable economy for our city. And that is the impetus for our Grow Long Beach economic development strategy. And I'm proud to say that the strategy is working. We're seeing real progress In the last 2.5 years since becoming mayor and focusing on economic growth and transitioning to a more sustainable economy, we've seen more than 4,000 new jobs come to our city in industries like engineering, advanced manufacturing, clean technology. I'm really proud of some of that progress since becoming mayor. Just a few highlights. We announced since last year that Ford Motor Company announced that they opened their new Advanced Electric Vehicle Development Center. So all their R&D for the future generation of electric vehicles for Ford, they're betting big on EV. All that R&D is taking place in Long Beach now. And so, that means, engineers and techs coming out of Long Beach State or coming out of Long Beach City College have the opportunity to work on really innovative stuff. And, we toured their manufacturing facility. It looks a little bit like, I would imagine, Tony Stark's laboratory. So, those are some of the opportunities we're seeing. Also, 2 years ago, at my very first stay in the city, we walked out a startup company called Vast, who stood on stage and said, we're committing to build the world's first commercial space station. They had about 40 employees, and they made a pledge to get to 500 employees, or 700 employees in 5 years was their pledge. 2 years later, we walked them out on stage at this year's State of the City, and they said, Mayor, we had to let you down. We actually got to 1,000 employees in 2 years. So there are 1,000 employees in 2 years, and they just successfully launched the prototype of Haven 1, their very first commercially funded space station. So they're on track to bid and compete to replace the ISS. They're on track. They'll be the only company competing that actually has successfully launched an article to space, and they will have that under their belt, entirely built in the city of Long Beach. So I think the premise of what I want to talk about today, I think we want to talk about some of the opportunities we have to leverage mobility. And since we're in a room full of folks who believe in mobility, how mobility can really be an expression and a vehicle for our values. When we design for better systems that are more inclusive, for more people, we're really designing for equity. We're designing for inclusion. We're designing for belonging. We invest in things like zero-emission freight corridors, which we'll talk about, shipping corridors, and digital networks. What we're talking about is a shared vision where everyone can thrive. We'll have some opportunities today to talk a little bit about what's happening in Long Beach, what's happening in our region, and what's happening around the globe. I walked in and heard a little bit of the last panel. The things they're discussing, the things we're doing here in the region will shape and impact the world. Mobility has been intertwined with justice in America, with equity, the advancement of our values, opportunities, and possibility. When you think of the Montgomery bus boycotts, and when you think of Rosa Parks, it was a lot more than just not giving up your seat. That was a vehicle for advancing civil rights. When you think of A. Philip Randolph and the Brotherhood of the Sleeping Car Porters, that was a lot more than just standing up for dignity in that moment. It was showing the power of the impact of collective power when we organize. And when we think of these big moments in our lives, a lot of times it connects to movement. And personally, in my own life, I can remember how mobility and movement shaped my very values as an individual and as mayor. When I was young, my mother was a welder. She was actually a welder on the assembly line, a union welder for General Motors. She worked in the plant in Wentzville, Missouri. And this was the 1980s, early 90s, and I'll never forget what it was like when, you're invited to go visit the plant. So it was myself, my younger brother, who's about 4 years younger than me, my sister. When we visited the plant, you walk in, it's a big factory. They take you through all the PPE and the training. You put on the helmet's too big, you put on the goggles, you put on all those things, you stay within the yellow lines. You smell the metal as you're walking in, you're seeing through those goggles, the sparks flying. You're hearing the machinery. And then, as my mom shows the workplace, where she set up her workstation, and how she's laughing and joking and teasing with her coworkers. You feel the pride that your mom builds something. She's a builder. She builds cars. This is who she is, part of her identity. And it's a part of my identity. So you feel that pride that your mom builds things. And I remember when the economy changed. and we needed to pivot. And that was no longer part of our identity, working in the automotive industry. We moved around a little bit, and we ended up, I'll never forget that Greyhound bus ride from Alabama to California. So this is a long bus ride. I remember carrying with me on that bus ride, it was a black and red drawstring backpack. It said DARE on the front of it. I'm dating myself. People remember DARE, keep kids off drugs. Drawstring backpack, and filled in that backpack was comic books. It was Death and Return of Superman, and it was X-Men Age of Apocalypse. I was ready for my reading on that trip. I remember the smell. What was the smell? Sandwiches that we made for the trip and fried chicken, wrapped in foil. Why fried chicken? A bus ride from Alabama to California is a long ride, and fried chicken lasts a long time. So that was the diet. I also remember we were transferring buses, because you transfer a lot of buses to move from Alabama to California. And while I was transferring the buses, something devastating happened. I left my backpack full of those comic books. Now, I was, I don't know, 9 years old maybe, 9 or 10 years old, and I had collected every one of those comic books myself, right? Like, I knew every issue, and so I was a little devastated. And I remember my mom said, hey, sometimes we lose things, but guess what? We keep moving, right? And that's what we did. We kept on moving. We ended up in what became my home, Southern California, where we put down our roots and began to rebuild our lives here. And I think we did okay. That story, for me, I never forget, because it represented so much. It represented not just, I mean, that bus ride was really a vehicle for economic change. It was a vehicle for building hope and resilience in my family. It was a shared moment we'll never forget. It was on a bus. So many moments in our nation's history are connected to mobility. And that same spirit drives my work as mayor and drives many of our work today. When I think of the ways as mayor of Long Beach that we can impact the world, the first opportunity to really use mobility as a way to expand our shared values around the world is at the port, where Port of Long Beach, combined with Los Angeles, 43% of everything that comes in the United States comes through our combined seaports. And we, in this moment, we set our own local policy. This is unique in that, I visited most recently, I was in Rio for C40, World Climate Mayors convening. And the elephant in the room was that we know that the presidential administration was planning to not attend the upcoming COP30. And in fact, efforts were going to be taking place to advocate against world climate policy. And so in that moment, folks are looking for ways that America can continue to share our values. And and one big vehicle for that is through governors and mayors who have autonomy to set their own policy that can impact the world. And in Long Beach, we have that ability at the Port of Long Beach. And so some of the things that we're doing that will have an impact on the world, we are committing through our infrastructure to move 40% of our cargo by rail. And through a project called the Pier B On-Dock Rail Facilitation Project, we will be able to get right to about 40% by 2031, 2032. That's significant. For every truck that you take off the road, those are impacts on neighborhoods, this poor air quality you're increasing your capacity, your throughput, to continue to demonstrate that your environmental progress and your economic progress don't have to be mutually exclusive. In fact, the way we're more efficient and cleaner will actually allow us to continue to demonstrate our leadership. We also are maintaining our commitment, despite what happens in Washington, D.C., we're maintaining our commitment to 100% zero-emission cargo handling equipment by 2030. This is a commitment that we have made very publicly. This means real equipment, real tractors, real emissions, real investment taking place at our port. But one of the largest opportunities we have to really impact the world is our focus on establishing the world's first green shipping corridor. What does that mean? So the largest corridor is between Long Beach, LA, Shanghai, and Singapore. Now, there are trade routes all around the world. This is the largest. And for many years, there's been an open question. When can we actually get to alignment between America and Asia, between Long Beach, LA, Shanghai, Singapore, about one single alternative fuel source for shipping? And we've had discussions for many years, and based on our own local politics, we've never really landed on anything. And most recently, we came to a decision. We landed on methanol. It's cleaner than ammonia, it's available, and so we made that choice. Now, because we made local decisions, a local port in Asia, 2 local ports in Malaysia, 2 local ports in the United States, a whole system is now being triggered. This means ordering more ships that are powered by methanol. I mean, you're talking potentially billions of dollars of investment now. You're talking about union infrastructure being placed at both ports, opportunities to make investments into bunkering and transmission and production, an entire ecosystem created because local decisions were made. And if it's successful between Long Beach, Los Angeles, Singapore, Shanghai, this won't be the only green shipping corridor in the world. Others will take note. And we can use our own local powers to incentivize the adoption of these fuels. Shipping makes up a significant part of the world's emissions. And if we can just make that local decision to impact shipping around the world, this will be an opportunity for us to set a chain effect, a ripple effect around the globe. There's also, we have to think about how we position our port to thrive in the century. One thing that I do as mayor, I don't know who else's job it is to ask a question like, where's Long Beach going to be in 100 years? Well, I don't know what industries are still going to exist, but I can tell you, the coastline may change, but we'll still be a beach city. That beach will still be there in 100 years. It may look a little different than the peninsula, but we will be a beach city. How do we invest in that coastline to make sure that we're creating opportunities for people? It's clean. It's something that's highlighted around the world as a iconic destination. And I'm willing to bet in 100 years the port will be there. Now the question with technology and automation, AI, will workers be in that port? I've seen ports around the world. Sure, they may be zero emission, but not a single human was operating that port. And I think that port should be organized for public good. I think the public should benefit from a public port. So I think we need to have humans that operate our port. And so in order to achieve that, we have to create opportunities in the future. And one such opportunity for us is Pier Wind. Pier Wind is an opportunity for us to really position Long Beach as a Pacific hub for offshore wind. And it helps California achieve its 25 gigawatt of renewable power in our state. What does that mean for us? It means essentially taking the land that we have, the space that we have, creating a floating offshore wind manufacturing and assembly pier where as many as 10,000 jobs can build and deploy these large, I'm talking the size of Eiffel Tower, these large offshore wind turbines, and build them, assemble them, and actually deploy them off the West Coast. That's a part of the future, but we have to lay the infrastructure for that now. It's a real project. The most recent climate bond set aside $400 million in the state of California to make projects like Pier Wind successful. So that's a real opportunity that we have to invest in. I think we also have to think about ways that Long Beach can help impact our region. And I'll just say something briefly on housing because, I'm chair of mayors and CEOs for U.S. housing investment, and housing is such a big part of my priorities as a council member, now as mayor. But, most recently we did something really big in our region. We created a new housing finance agency for all 88 jurisdictions. It's called LACASA, LA County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency. This is getting stakeholders from all across the county to come together and have one conversation about the biggest crisis facing our region, our affordability in housing. And since we've established this agency, we've come together and passed the countywide measure, LA County Measure A, which dedicates more than $400 million a year to the agency to help boost housing. And most recently, we hit a really big milestone. We passed our first 5-year funding plan which enables us and sets a target of accelerating 20,000 housing units in the next 5 years. And how we're able to get there is because we created a table that doesn't exist anywhere else. We have experts in production, preservation, and prevention, homelessness prevention, all at one table with representatives from large cities, small cities, medium-sized cities in the county, all having one conversation at one table. It doesn't exist anywhere else. A board like that doesn't exist at Metro, at AQMD, which, I respect all those boards, but this one is more challenging with 22 members, but you have everyone at the table having one conversation. The last big opportunity I think that we have in Long Beach to impact the world is in 2028. So we know this is the third time the LA region will host the Olympic Games, the first time that we're going to host the Olympic and Paralympic Games together. Long Beach will play a significant role there. We have 18 Olympic and Paralympic sports, and we're proud of that. We participated in 32 and 84. We built Marine Stadium for rowing in 32, and 84 we played a role, but this is a much more significant role that we're playing. We'll be featuring events like water polo and sailing and rowing and beach volleyball, handball, marathon swimming, a number of events. 18 events across Olympic and Paralympics. And so, sure, there'll be a couple months of competition going on in Long Beach, but the Olympic moment that we have is really how do we rethink our systems to leave better systems in place for the people who use those systems for decades to come? How can we leverage this moment to really advance our shared values around mobility and equity? I heard it earlier when we introduced, it was Elevate 28, it's our capital improvement program. We essentially looked at between when we came into office at the beginning of 2023 and 2028, what's our existing infrastructure plan and how can we plan that better to create a broader impact on our community? So we had about $500 million set aside in infrastructure investments, but by planning together, we leveraged it to $1 billion of infrastructure between 2023 and 2028. We're talking road improvement, pedestrian improvements, public facilities, parks, beaches, open space. And this $1 billion infrastructure plan will endure well beyond 2028. This is an opportunity for us to look at systems like our light rail. We are the first, the A-line is the very first light rail in Metro. It's also the longest light rail anywhere in America. It's the A-line, what used to be called the Blue Line. Well, we can improve ridership on Blue Line if we just improve the cadence and the speed in which the train gets from downtown Long Beach to downtown LA. It just takes too long. If people, the trains shouldn't have to stop at the stoplight. I mean, a train stopping at a stoplight kind of defeats the purpose. But if we can talk about signal preemption and signal prioritization and increase the speed in which folks can get from LA to Long Beach to LA, we can have a better system that we leave in place. So that's one of the things we can prioritize between now and 2028. Signal preemption, signal prioritization, more trains, faster trains, better mobility. Last mile connectivity. There's opportunities, sure, in our region, but the idea is you just want people to get to Long Beach and be able to move around all our venues very seamlessly. Let's get over to Queen Mary Island and the new waterfront amphitheater that just passed the Planning Commission to be opening next year. I hope you come visit us for our 10,000-seat amphitheater next to the Queen Mary. But how do you move people from there down to Belmont Shore to Marine Stadium where road is going to take place, along the coastline where marathon swimming takes place, back down to the Pike, which will be activated? How do you move people around? So we're talking about how do we do more transit, public transit, free transit? How do you do bikes, scooters, walkability? All of those things are possible. We're talking blue-green mobility. Folks have talked a lot about the water taxi between Long Beach and San Pedro, which is a cool idea and we support it. But we also support the big idea. Let's take water taxis from Long Beach to Pedro, to the South Bay, to Marina Del Rey, to Santa Monica, to Malibu. What would that look like? I bet you we could probably complete that ride in less time than it takes to take Sepulveda on 405 from Malibu to Long Beach. And we know there's going to be mobility issues in the north portion, given the challenges with PCH and what we just all endured and witnessed with the wildfires. So now's an Olympic moment for us to really envision blue-green mobility that's clean and that's fun and gives us something to really leave in place well beyond 2028. Air mobility. Sure, not everybody's crazy about more helicopters or whatever it is, But I'm excited to see what's possible with air taxis and zero emission flight. I think we will have demonstrations in place. They will connect to Long Beach between now and 2028, and it will be forever changed. Once you start it, it will never end. It will accelerate air mobility to where it's quieter and it leaves it makes a better impact on our environment overall. We have to test it. Safer streets, bike networks, all of those things. So in general, these are the Olympic moments this is the Olympic moment that we have to really re-envision all of our systems to leave a greater impact on for the residents who live here. And all of this the vehicle is mobility. That's really the conversation, and that's a vehicle for us to advance our shared values. So we have this moment. All of us are here. We'll all be here over the next few years, Lord willing. How are we going to step up in this moment? What is going to be our legacy in this moment that we really look back and say that mayors and transit agencies and SCAG and all of us came together and said this was our vision and we were able to accomplish it? Because future generations are going to look back on the 2028 moment and say, what did we do? As leaders of the port, we have other folks around the world are particularly looking for leadership from us in this moment, particularly as many of our common values are being challenged at the federal level. How are we going to step up? And that's the question we have to continue to confront ourselves with, because future generations are counting on us to get it right. So, I want to thank all of you for inviting me here. The next frontier of mobility won't just be, I reject that we're just going to leave it to tech and AI. It's going to be even more human, and we're going to be the ones that have to shape the impact and the legacy that we leave in place. So I want to thank all of you for inviting me out to speak to you one more time for the third year. And I hope you had a great time at CoMotion. Let's hear from everybody participating in CoMotion. All right. I think last time we did questions. Did you want to do that this time?
Sure.
All right. Questions?
Don't be shy.
Going once. What you got?
So how do you envision that, startups in Southern California can work with the cities like yours?
Yeah,
in the area of like a safety, city planning.
Mm-hmm. There's a number of accelerators that have come to Long Beach, and we typically work with them and talk with them. But sometimes it's just a matter of sitting down with our economic development team, and we created a position in the mayor's office, deputy mayor of economic development. A lot of times, what we do is have a conversation about business development, a culture of ease, speed, and predictability when doing business with the city, and see if there's alignment. And if there is, then we do all that we can to help these startups become successful. I think Vast is a great example. Vast had 40 employees. They were a startup. Today they're north of 1,000, making global news. And it was a bet. It was a risk. When I was a new mayor, and the economic development team says, hey, here's an idea. Here's a new group. It was risk. This could have been a startup bankrolled by some crazy billionaire, and something crazy happens and make a crazy comment. Every time you take a risk on these startups, you don't know how it's going to work out. But you have to take risks in this moment, and we did, and it's turned out great. It's a great company. They've hired a lot of people in our city. There are 1,000 employees, and they have a successful launch under their belt. And there's a number of those. And I would just say, to win is to choose. You can't choose everything. So you pick the industries that you do want to bet on. In Long Beach, we selected 5 industries, right? Advanced manufacturing, clean tech engineering, that sort of stuff. Ports, because in 100 years, the port will still be here. I hope people will be in the port, but the port will be here in 100 years, right? We picked tourism because the coastline will be here in 100 years. And then 2 industries that I don't know will be here, but we want it to be here because we value it, are public education and healthcare. 2 industries that, when you ask the question, how will those services be delivered in 100 years, I don't know. It will not look the way that it looks today. And so if we want that to be an important part of our community, we have to take risks, we have to invest in startups, we have to think about innovation. Good question. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Along those lines, with respect to procurement, can you give a little color on what that process is like in the city of
Yeah, sure. So we went through a whole extreme procurement makeover. We worked with Bloomberg. You know, it's recognized one of the best procurement systems that we have in the region. But essentially, procurement is technically something difficult for newcomers to navigate. And so we actually have brought on navigators to help minority businesses, women-owned businesses, new businesses, local businesses navigate the process. So there's, just like most cities, there's a registration process to seek opportunities. Another part of it is like confidence. A lot of people say, well, why would my company, why would they pick my company? Well, you never know until you get in and see what procurement, like what we're looking for. Because believe it or not, people don't want pretentious, vendors. They want things that are authentic, things that are local. They want people who have an opinion, right? And something fresh. And so I would say be confident, shoot your shot, and make sure you tap in with our navigators to help you navigate that process. All right, right here.
I would say for each of you guys, check out Pitch Long Beach. Just
Pitch Long Beach, absolutely.
Pitch Long Beach.
That came out of our, that was a strategy that came out of our, essentially Pitch Long Beach. Sometimes you don't know what you need. And so we opened up like an open sort of RFQ kind of process for people to pitch ideas. And a lot of good things have come out of the Pitch Long Beach process. I think we've gone through a few rounds now. Good suggestion. All right. Well, thanks a lot. Let's hear it for CoMotion LA. We appreciate you. And good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much to Mayor Rex Richardson for this innovative closing keynote for the day. And just to let you know that we're going to go for drinks at the CoMotion OMF Welcome Reception, which is happening at the Arts District Brewing Company. There are some shuttles in front of the Janum, so if you want to head for the shuttles, otherwise it's not too far, the Arts District Brewing Company, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8 for the public sector breakfasts.
You're in a late.